There's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
Good.
Oh,
Hey.
Good shot. It's still going. He's done it.
Oh, what a shot!
Beautiful
Yeah.
ball.
Need a shoulder, he might just pick the jack up. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Oh,
What a
goal.
look at this.
could
Go,
be
look
good.
at That is an outstanding ball.
Oh, and he's tucked it in.
Hello and welcome back to the World Bowls broadcast of the 2025 Champion of Champion Singles live from Club Barham here in New South Wales, Australia. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary for this one by Barry Lester, and we're near the very end of section play, aren't we?
We sure are, and Deborah Joy White, well, she's flying, so it's going to be a good game. The fact that I like this game is because Bethan was playing on the TV rink the other day, so as much as Deborah Joy's going really well, Bethan should be very confident out on this TV rink, so we're in store for a good game. I know whether you're playing well or not, and it may be down towards the bottom end of any table in any tournament, you always want to finish strong.
Absolutely. And a very proud country as well. Good start from the Welsh representative.
Yeah, another brisk morning. A little bit of breeze around. Not playing too much havoc with this facility, even though there are double canopy roof over both greens. A little bit of breeze does sneak through. Nice kind edge. Nice way to start the morning there for Deborah. Don't want to waste too many too early, as they say.
And I can't even say Deborah. Debbie White is what she's known as. I think Deborah if she's in trouble.
Yes.
And as we alluded to right at the top of the show, Debbie finds herself
Gap of that.
in an unbeatable position at the top of the table. So this is a game just to keep the juices flowing. Unbeaten so far in this event. Whereas it's been a disappointing campaign for Bethan. And so she'll be looking to get one up on the board in this match. I know talking to Debbie before the event began, she said she'd watched Bethan in practice and thought that she was one of those that she'd earmarked as really a potential contender for this title.
Yeah, especially players coming off certain seasons. So in the UK at the moment, it is just finishing outdoor season, heading indoor for the colder months, and sometimes it can work in your favour if there's a major event on somewhere around the world that you're in and it coincides with the season you're currently in. Needs to be careful here, Debbie. She's turned the shot bowl off and given it away. Very, very heavy-weighted shot. Now, I do think she was actually trying to sit Bethan's nearest bowl there. So aggressive play early on, not quite coming off though. Needs to get down to count. Weight's good enough. That's a nice shot there for two.
Be happy with that as a first end of this game.
Absolutely, considering 2 bowls ago she was one down, a really tough one as well. So managed to get two, and interesting to see if she does anything different than the other day when Bethan played on this broadcast rink. Matt right back. So a bit earlier start here for the athletes this morning.
And of course, this afternoon we're going to see the first rounds of of post-section, so there's a considerable break in between the second game of section play and post-section because they're going to bring in the grandstands all ready for tomorrow, which I'm excited about. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, we had a bit of fun last night, a little bit of trivia inside the club, just for the athletes and spectators and friends and family of the bowlers, so we had a bit of fun.
Did anyone get what Qantas was? Right.
Actually, you're there. We had 6 tables, and no one got Qantas right. No, so
Silly people.
one of the questions was to what does Qantas stand for? So there you go. Some were very close. They just didn't get the actual aerial for A in Qantas correct. But yeah, it was good. Touched up on some local knowledge about local animals and the population and a bit of history about Barham itself. It's great for players to get a little bit more insight of the actual area they're playing these championships in.
Absolutely.
And one of the most memorable moments for me, I remember World Bowls 2016, we walked the streets of Christchurch for the opening ceremony, and we were greeted at the government offices and with a really good sort of welcome to city and welcome to country, and had the haka, and it was just phenomenal. Still sort of gives you goosebumps when you think about it. But Mark Casey was the flag bearer walking up and down the main street of Christchurch for our Australian team. So great memories. There's so many good memories to take away from just not where your bowls finish, but I'm sure these players will have fantastic lifelong memories, both on and off the green, for years to come.
Bethan's really settled into her task well. It's just the second end of this first set. Look at that, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday. I think just from an effective rate perspective is, I think around that 25 to 30 metre mark just seems to be the kind length for most bowlers. Just haven't seen anyone be able to dominate this particular rink anyway over a long length.
Close here, Debbie White looking for it to just run a smidgen more.
So the traditional black bowl for Debbie White with the silver fern.
You said those for a while. It's a strange world, isn't it, when the solid black bowls are the ones that might stand out on a green now.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit refreshing now. And it's the same with white clothes. It's, now refreshing to see a little bit of white on the green.
Wouldn't have picked that 10 or 15 years ago.
Not at all. So Debbie White here on the forehand. Needs about 10 feet of weight for me to definitely get at least the shot or pick up a multiple. 10 feet, 6 to 10 feet of weight is enough to work off that shoulder bowl and collect the jack. She's done it well so far.
There's a real chance here. Oh, what a lovely bowl that was from Debbie White.
Well, she didn't need 10 feet, just 10 inches there of weight control. Beautiful shot from Debbie White from New Zealand. It's shots like that will win major championships. And there's a good sign there why she's on top of the ladder.
Yeah, she's here on a mission. Has competed at this event once before when it was held in Adelaide in 2019, where she was runners-up to
Kylie Whitehead.
Yes, that's exactly
Kylie,
what I was
that
going
is.
to say. And I believe that went to a tie-break. They were two fantastic finals that year. We had Lee Schreiner and Kylie, the two winners, and they both went to a tie-break. So Debbie knows what it's like to participate in these events, and she went well, made the final. I'm sure she'll be having that goal of just going that one step further this year.
Yeah, and let's just speak about Debbie's delivery here. Nice and tall there. Little kink in the arm. Gets the torso down and then head nice and still. So really good fundamentals there. Nice balance setup on the mat.
It's from a family of... It's an alarm.
I think it's a truck reversing in.
That's fantastic. She's from a family of bowlers. Her mother, Jenny Simpson, played for New Zealand. continuing that legacy.
On the backhand, 25 metres in length this end.
We've spoken about the fact that it's a 40 by 40 metre green here at Club Barham. Debbie White plays out of the Hinuera Bowling Club, which is out of Matamata. It's the only full-sized grass green in New Zealand, so it's Maniatoto, and it's 40 metres. Well, they've got 40 metres by 40 metres, so she'll be used to how it feels to play on these greens. Sometimes in New Zealand, our greens are actually quite small, and it can be one of those big changes when we play internationally on these 40 by 40 metre greens that are 2 or 3 metres longer than what you're used to, just to get it to get it right in your head what the distances actually are.
Yeah, definite. Nice little bonus for her there.
Look at this one.
There's the hold. Will turn sharply from there. Catching the half of the jack. Not quite middling it. I think she hung on for shot though.
Nice bowl. It's always comfortable playing those shots where it's just reaching through a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good sign of touch and control with your delivery when you can end 3. Just move a jack 18 inches to 2 feet. Bethan, well, she's looking for a little edge off the front. She's got it. Has she stayed around for shot? Not quite.
That one. This was, yep.
Scott Cassidy, our marker there. Good instruction. Debbie White switching to the forehand here. Looking to just turn her shot bowl over. It is a strong drawing hand, that one. We've seen that the last few days.
Yeah. So I'll only bowl now. Looks like there's an opportunity for Bethan on her backhand. Just probably keep the same weight as her third bowl, but pull the green in a little bit.
I like this play. Looking for the bowl or jack back. Missing under. Back-to-back ends there for Debbie. Good for confidence early on.
To New Zealand. 2-all.
So we're 2 apiece as we start the 4th end here of the first set. 2 sets of 7 ends are the conditions of play. A 3-end tiebreaker if required. We saw what a game we saw the last broadcast match yesterday between Tonga and Wales. That went the full distance. I thought we were going to get a 4th end in the tiebreak, to be honest.
Yeah, it's always good to see that. You want to see games that sort of provide everything.
So Debbie delivering the jack straight down the centre line. Perfect track here. Oh, that's a nice start.
Similar length as well, 25 metres.
So Bethan hanging around in Australia after the conclusion of this event to do some bird watching.
Yeah, great to see.
Wonder if she'll see some blue-faced.
We've already seen one this morning on the roof. Blue-faced honey eater.
Eater, yes, yeah.
Yeah, there's one on the tree outside the front of the club this morning.
Yeah. Like I said yesterday, as long as it stays away from the broadcast equipment, I'm quite happy for them to be flitting around.
On cue, how's that? Yeah. Noise. Oh, yep, on cue. That's amazing. It just flew straight past the bowl. That is crazy.
Gave the bowl a fright, I think, on the way through.
Yeah, it's got to hit her profile here, Bethan. Bit of bird watching. I really like this. Favourite food is her mum's roast. Gotta love that. Mum's
That's a
homemade roast dinner.
A safe answer as well.
Yeah.
Debbie with the third bowl. She said, good green twice. This is a confident correction here.
Yeah, nailed the line again. Found the weight this time.
Good stuff.
Sun's just trying to work its way through this morning's clouds. Very windy overnight. You just sense the crowds getting bigger. More people turning up for finals action. And of course, I think I heard about 80 or 90% of the seats have been sold out in the grandstands.
It's going to be a great event tomorrow. The singles finals too being played back to back with a short break in between.
Can Debbie White, I was going to say get around that front one, but it's just a bit of a bogey bowl. They're both bogey bowls, but the reason she played four-handed game was because she did with her previous delivery. So, Bethan, I like this as well. I just can't encourage this enough. Whenever you step near the mat and there's just a fraction of doubt in your mind or indecision, just walk down. Just get down there, have a good look around, look at all the pros and cons. Right now she's probably thinking, well, I don't want to kill it. I don't have the respot. You know, and if I do kill it, maybe I've got to swing and stay around, run through to the back, bowl clean for two. If I go too quick, I can get my own two out, which we've seen before the last couple of days, Alex. So just looks much better when you get down to the head. So controlled weight, looking for the shot bowl.
Needs it to hold on at all. Oh, lovely effort. Something would have happened.
Yeah, big effort there.
It's not to be. So one more to New Zealand. The score 3 shots to 2 now as we begin the fifth end of 7 here at Club Barham.
Yeah, 3 ends in a row.
On New Zealand, 3-2 after 4.
For Debbie White. On the forehand there. That was a really classy shot. Nice and close and hidden in behind the jack. When you're in behind the jack like that, you know you're fairly safe. You start preparing for jack movement for your opposition to play weight. And then we see it just missing under. For me, that was the right weight. Any quicker and you could take your own bowls out.
Yeah.
As we see there, plenty of players, sporters, and good crowd this morning. Up nice and early, watching the action.
Jack in that same spot again. Keeping them shortish.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good play for Debbie. Not seeing many of her other matches, just seeing a little bit of her bowls in the background, but you can clearly see this is a tactic for her, just playing at consistent length.
It's where we've seen the best bowls happen to, isn't it? On this rink at least.
Yeah, and as much as you've got to stick to your strength, sometimes you've got to play to the conditions, and if you're just not quite hitting the mark on a certain length, yeah, you've got to move to plan B pretty quickly. Try something either short or long, or maybe a different side of the rink. Bethan just sailing through here, but nice sit there on Debbie's bowl. So Debbie needs to take 4 feet off here. Same line. Very low at release. Debbie goes from a high position to nice and low. Both players get nice and low at release. You can see there Bethan starts low and stays down. Gets right behind the bowl at release.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it when she was on the broadcast the first time, but you can certainly see how Bethan's delivery could be built for those heavier greens. Has
Absolutely.
a lot of clear space between the elbow and the body to push through the bowl.
Two feet of weight required here. Also needs a clear road, or give that one a nudge. That should do it.
Good bowl. Bethan switching to the forehand now.
Yeah, that last bowl of Debbie's, the one that crashed, just enough to be in the way there. So start fresh on the forehand, have a couple of looks at it.
Can't be far away. Oh, waste of good green, wasn't it?
Yeah, we've seen it a fair few times the last couple of days. Bowls just pulling up short on that hand, especially in this direction. Nice line again. Needs to get up through this hole. Not quite there. So we might see. Oh no. Going to try and draw this. I thought Bethan might.
Would have been a temptation.
Yeah, just play a bit of a flirty runner down the middle, sit the bowl out.
On a high line. On the turning hand, to be fair. It's going to come back to the centre line, but just overcooked it a little bit. That green just about would have done the trick. We're going to see another score to New Zealand.
Yes.
4 ones in a row. Or at least one anyway. One's been taken out.
1, 4, 2, up 5.
An ultimate end now. New Zealand leading by 2.
Yeah, so it's around that 25 to 26 metre mark that Debbie's been rolling this jack. Matt right back. Only up, yeah, Matt's only back metre off the tee and just trying to work into that rhythm. Hit the same line, same weight.
4, 2.
Not complicate things with different lengths and different hands.
Let's rinse and repeat. Doing it well.
Forehand it is. This is the hand and length where she played that end winner 2 ends ago. One right in behind the jack. And she's done it again. So that's just a pure sign of belief and confidence in a length and a hand.
Just relentlessly consistent at the moment.
Whereas if Debbie put the jack in a different spot, sometimes you can look up and sort of have a little sense of doubt because it's not in your memory bank that length or you're not familiar with it, but the comfortability's there just to be able to know that what line's required, what feel, what tempo in the delivery. Very structured. Same routine over and over again from Debbie White, the New Zealander. Just a bit high on this occasion. Lovely weight. It's enough to count.
Yeah, because that weight was good, it just gives the bowl that full chance to turn late.
So Bethan Russ all the way from Wales. Beautiful weight with her first. Just needs to make a line correction here. Can she get down to the shot bowl? She can. Just falling out though. It's a nice reply though.
Another day that would have set in. You wonder if that might be the story of Bethan's event.
It can be. It can be. You can have days and weeks where you halve things and quarter things, where some days you just get everything in the middle, and can really make a big difference, not only with your outcomes and your performance, but just that mental approach. But it's good to see Bethan then just having a bit of a smile about things. Debbie White just asking the marker if it's 2. Definitely worth a look.
1 and a measure, but I favour you might be down for the second.
So New Zealand holding 1.5. That was good marking.
Yeah, very good.
From one of the Moonies. Mooney.
Mooney Valley.
Yes. 2 bowling clubs there, apparently.
Oh, what a shot
Oh,
here.
what a bowl. And it sits down. Yes, great shot.
Yeah, reward for effort there from Bethan. Just missing out with her second delivery, but getting it with her third. And that's made Debbie White's ears prick up a little bit. She's down the rink now. She knows this is a big end. She can win this end.
So Debbie using the finger measure to see if she thinks she has second and third or just second shot here. And the reason you can't use an actual member, I saw someone say something, is because obviously you can't use an actual measure, can you? So you got to find the best way to do that. It'll be interesting to see what weight she plays. Sort of looking down onto that shot bowl.
Yeah, I think once again, a couple of ends ago, she did play that beautiful trail on the forehand with about a foot of weight. I think that's what she's after. But I think you need to then, once again, just look at it playing enough weight to turn the bowl. So for me, that sort of starts to register around that 4 feet of weight. Sit the bowl, trail the jack here. Wasn't one of her smoothest deliveries, to be fair. She could just try and draw it if she wants. Not quite.
Just about.
Yeah, just it didn't look in time, that delivery. Just looked a bit.
It's one of those things where the line was probably right, and had she got it away as smoothly as she would have liked to, it would have been a very good bowl.
I'm sure if we interviewed her right now, she'd say, yeah, it didn't quite come out the way I'd like, but still a good attempt. Just slightly underweight.
Bonus bowl opportunity here. It's a hard shot to play.
Yeah, 6 inches of room, but it makes a statement if you do. Bethan Russ should be giving this a go. High line.
It's not going to come back.
Yeah, good header bowls. Pretty safe out there, that one, though. But, oh well, back on the board. After New Zealand winning 4 ends in a row.
And so we start this final end of set 1 with New Zealand leading by 1 shot.
So New Zealand lead 4-3 last end.
Yeah, I just said that. A bonus commentator. I should have just left it for the market. How good is the Welsh flag?
Yeah, very good. Some great flags, great uniforms. We were talking about the Barham Club logo last night in the trivia. There's 4 logos inside the actual logo that makes up the club. And these bowlers would have seen it plenty of times the last 3 or 4 days, so I made it a trivia question.
I'm sure they were looking, it would have been craning their necks around in the lounge to see if they could find it anywhere.
No one got it right.
There's a fish.
Team Spain got 3 out of 4.
3.
That was pretty good effort. A sheep, Murray cod, a duck. One other. I'll let you sit on that, Alex.
Thank you. If I go quiet for a while, it's because I'm thinking too hard about what might be in the logo. I was looking at it this morning having breakfast, trying to figure out what the animals were.
So Debbie White, she's got a really good chance to control this end here. Opening bowl, plenty of room.
Lovely line. That's slightly more turning hand of the 2, and we know it pulls up.
So the end winner definitely hasn't been played yet. Who wants it? Who's going to play it? Bethan has a bowl in the way though, but I still feel if she plays the right line, she can get around that. Still play a big one. Definitely there this time. That's definitely the idea, but just a yard over. So you can see it getting back to the line easily there, even though she missed her front one.
Just over a metre, yep.
Beautiful delivery on that occasion.
Yeah, it looks the goods. Just like Bethan, though, carrying a couple of feet of weight. So no one wants it. Who's going to play the big one when it matters most? Bethan, 2 beautiful lines so far. Just needs to find that perfect weight. Yard off. Weight looks better. Can she get the clear road now? Yes, she can. Well, this will be enough for shot.
Yeah, it's a classy bowl. Well played, really well played bowl there.
So as it sits, set sits as a draw. Debbie White on the forehand again. 4 feet of weight required to take off with this delivery. And now a clear road. Well, Bushy goes underneath. Sneaking the back door. Not quite.
Beautiful line.
So Bethan here, if she plays the same bowl, she will hold 2. This is where that muscle memory comes into play. Just same setup, same line.
Not overthinking it.
Well, needs to be careful. Looks to be a bit heavy for me. Needs to stay away from her own bowl. Well, decisions here for Debbie White. Does she look to nudge her own up or maybe go hunting for the shot bowl?
Sometimes it feels easier just to try and chip a bowl off.
Well, her front one's fallen over. Don't know if she's seen that, but play some form of weight down the middle. Sit the shot bowl or promote her own.
So
She's definitely there.
either hold or turn. Can you imagine finding so many gaps on the way through her head? Lovely effort, but not to be. And so we think it's going to be 1 to Wales, which means we've seen that first set drawn at 4 shots apiece here.
Yeah, Bethan coming out, winning the first end, getting a 2.
Second set,
And then
Wales has
Debbie White picking up those 4 singles in a row. A nice response from Bethan to finish off the set with a couple of singles and tie it up. So 8 shots scored in 7 ends. Tight match here. Quality bowls, great header bowls, most ends. And Bethan showing why she's here representing her country. A lot of pride on the line for here. Playing against the top of the ladder in Debbie White. She'd love to walk off this rink with a win.
Very proud bowls country with a lot of history as well, Wales. And I think we lost to them in a game of rugby once, and it's well remembered. not fondly by some older New Zealanders in the 30s.
Yeah, I was in Wales a couple of months ago, and yeah, they love their rugby. So I can see why the New Zealand and Wales have had some big battles over the years. Nice start there from Bethan.
What a shot that is. To start the second set when you've clawed your way back to draw the first one, that's a lovely first bowl.
Yeah, it really is, and that's pretty much the length that Debbie's been rolling as well. So Bethan said, well, I've been playing pretty well at your length, no need to go and change it. Pretty good response. I think Debbie just needs to maybe just put a little bit of pressure back on Bethan here. Her confidence has to be pretty high with being, 4-2 down, clawing back to draw that set. She must be feeling good about herself and her game. I think if Debbie can just play a big shot here, I wouldn't mind seeing her just play some form of weight, break this head open, just to show to Bethan that, she's up and about. She's not going to roll over too easy.
Nicely framed as well at the moment.
Yeah, and I see it's forehand, so if it's weight, I'd be surprised. I think just trying to draw it off. never want to play weight towards your own bowl, ideally. So it was just over the draw. Lovely shot.
Fair enough. Good shot. I'd say it's one to New Zealand.
Yeah, very good shot. Delicate weight.
It's a confident bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, and just that trust in that delivery and technique. So Bethan now, trail the jack down the line for 3. Missing high, body language says.
So what does Debbie play here? She secured the shot, but it looks quite dangerous to try and draw close there again. What does she do?
Yeah, great
Your ball.
question. Yeah, so the way it sits at the moment, Bethan with her last can play any weight she likes. So it does not
Ball and
matter
a half behind jack high.
because she will score if she gets the jack. But if Debbie puts one somewhere between the back bowl and the tee, then that makes Bethan really concentrate on what kind of weight. And that's what you want to do. Keep putting your opposition under pressure and keep them thinking. So for me, I felt Debbie needed to put one out the back. This cannot afford to be short, or at least has to change the way the head's shaped. And there you have it. So all Bethan needs to do is kill the end now. She makes at least 2 or 3, maybe even 4 if she gets it right. And then Debbie with her last, well, you'd expect she'd have plenty of room. So
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if has Debbie maybe even given the shot away there, because we saw the jack just snicked a little bit. I'm sort of cheating because I can look just over the monitor. I think Wales might be holding.
yeah, I think I'm just trying to get a bit of indication from our marker, but yeah, we probably think Bethan does have shot. And now that's another interesting situation for Bethan. Does she try and still make a multiple here, or take the shot away from Debbie? Forehand.
One of those ones we just have to go with what you feel most confident in playing. So she's on the forehand.
Not quite sure what she was trying to do there.
Not much.
Well, now Debbie can come down. Obviously, Jack's against her with no back bowls, but
If Debbie's brave, there's a little cannon. The second shot, New Zealand bowl onto the shot bowl of Wales through there, and we have a chance that the jack could move over into this space if that bowl's going through the split between the shot bowl.
and her only negative result, obviously, when you do your risk assessment, is just back cutting the jack and running away. So
sort of come into there, it's not good news. So
no.
I suppose then do you just think to yourself, oh, hit that bowl and I'm missing wide is fine. We'll see in a second.
So it is forehand. Winning the first end of the second set's a big play. You want to try and get off to a good start.
She's going for it.
Very close.
Needs it to hold. Debbie White needs it to hold.
Doesn't want to back cut Jack.
Oh, that was quite stressful as a New Zealander watching that bowl. Good confident attempt there. And pleased that it turned when it did in the end. At 1 to Wales. The score 1-0 in the second set.
Yeah, great bowling. I wouldn't say she took a risk, but there was a sense of negativity in that shot. But a gap in the end was probably a good play. So you can see there she shadowed the jack. Didn't want to flick it into that little port at the back and be 3 down first end.
It's the Welshman involved in a mighty battle yesterday in the final broadcast game, watching on,
Yeah.
supporting his country person.
Got the shorts on.
Brave.
Brave for some. Obviously, some of the bowlers out there are wearing the shorts. See Izzy White next door from England in the shorts, chatting to her family last night. And they're out here enjoying, doing a bit of sightseeing and taking in as much as they can. Heading up to Sydney, have a look around the harbour. And
Oh, brilliant.
So great to see. It's great to hear those stories too from the athletes and their families that have travelled long, long distances to hear that they're taking in the sights.
It's quite common, isn't it, on these events that the athletes will either turn up early or stay late with their support group and just have a look around the country that they're in.
Yeah, cultural development for me is, it's a big one. For an athlete, if you get a chance to travel, to learn other cultures and history of other countries, it's especially for developing bowlers, if they get a chance to go to an event overseas somewhere, an extra day or two. In my travels over the years where I've been to Malaysia or Hong Kong or over into UK, you get out and see a bit of history. I know leading into Birmingham 2022, we spent a day at Stratford-upon-Avon, the river there where Shakespeare was born, and just to see a bit of the English culture and all that, and learn a bit about the history, and not many bigger names than Shakespeare. And I feel that's great for the athlete in general, for the all-round play, just to learn a little bit about the cultures and the history of the countries they're competing in.
Absolutely.
Good 4 bowls here already.
Oh, look at this. That's an outstanding shot from Debbie White. It's been a high-quality match. We said we were surprised that Betham was so near the bottom of the table, and she's really shown what she's capable of in this match. It's one of those quirks about playing at this level, isn't it? Is that everyone's here because they're pretty good at bowls. They've won their national title. You don't have to be much off your game for it to be a disappointing week.
Yeah, you can be playing very well and still lose in bowls, but you should never really see it as a loss, just a learning curve, and that's where that mental capacity comes into it. You walk away, if the score hasn't gone in your favour, still try and find as many positives out of it, especially with sets play, sectionals and so on. I was chatting to Brendan from South Africa last night, and Brendan Ferns, and he said to qualify for this, he lost his first game and then went on to win. There's Brendan there. And he went on to win 8 or 9 other games after that. So it just goes to show, you're always a chance. Just keep that self-belief.
Oh, well, I remember, and I got there because I see South Africa are providing some live streaming of their players. I remembered last night when I was trying to get to sleep that Canada at the moment is hosting its first international event in about 35 years. As we see Debbie finish with good weight but underneath the line, so we'll just I'll pause my thought while we take stock of who scored what.
Yeah, it seems to be Bethan for me, her last delivery. Yeah, it's good to hear. There's some great tournaments out there, and the more we spread the word, the better. So 2 shots to Bethan.
Yeah, so it's an international event. Scotland, Ireland, Canada and USA are playing off an international event, something Atlantic, being hosted in Canada, and they're broadcasting that. So if anyone's interested to see what bowls is like in Canada, they've got slower greens, what you'll be watching here at this broadcast. If you just go to the Bowls Canada YouTube channel, they've got a professional broadcast crew in with some cameras. I was trying to figure out where they had their cameras because they had quite a nice overhead shot, but it was an entertaining way to watch. I watched a match of 4s where Ryan Bester was skipping a Canadian team against a very good Irish quartet last night before I went to sleep, and it was worthwhile having a look at.
Yeah, great insight for all those bowls lovers out there. There's plenty of bowls on YouTube and online now, so
easy to access.
Yep. Well, Bethan's really, she's got a tail up here. Great start again. Great head of bowls last end. Enjoying this shorter length. Nice starter there. So leading 3-0.
It's interesting bowls theory here because Debbie's staying on that forehand, even though at a glance it might look like it's blocked, but that's because she's very comfortable understanding what the line is here. So she's trusting her bowl. You can see the line was perfect.
Bethan again on the forehand. Needs a clear road. Oh, she's going to be stiff here. Just knocking Debbie White's bowl up. Still holding one. That hand's been shut down now. Too much traffic in the way. Both players will be switching to the backhand. You see Debbie White's there. Grip. Bowl right back in the palm.
She's always done that. Very much the thumb on the side of the bowl, sort of cupping it. Lovely effort. It's interesting because it may encourage Debbie to switch back to the forehand if she wants now. She's set up a half plant on Bethan's bowl, which means there's better percentages on the forehand with weight if Debbie feels so inclined with her next bowl.
Bethan's in good touch here.
Yes.
That's a great shot. Starting on fresh hand, backhand, as the sun makes an appearance.
Would love to know the angles if you get that bowl square, what's happening with this one coming through.
Yeah, plenty of options. Just needs to not play this too quick.
Drive.
Both her bowls can be removed. She needs to be careful. And she did get both of her bowls. Unfortunately, they did line up, but she's only still managed to be one down.
So it looks like from the player's end. So I think Debbie has at least second shot.
Yeah, Bethan looking for that contact on that front bowl. Oh, she's got at least two, I feel. So it is two.
Wales.
So a complete reset required here from Debbie. She's gone forehand, backhand, forehand, now back to the backhand. This is where you got to really reset. Back yourself in to draw a good shot here.
A hard bowl to play.
Good attempt. It's coming back nicely here.
Oh. Wow. What a great effort that was from Debbie White. And she has cut it down to the one. So it's something to work on now. Wales lead the second set. 4 shots to 0.
Yeah, 5 ends in a row if you include the first set. So that's great momentum for Bethan. Bethan Russ all the way from Wales. 5 ends in a row. You must feel good about yourself when you're just ticking over the board, drawing good shots.
It's worth watching this drive closely of Debbie. She's got it away really nicely, actually. She should maybe a quarter of a bowl narrow from what she was aiming for.
As you can see there, just flicking her 2 nearest bowls out of the head.
Be interesting to see what would have happened if she'd either been half a bowl narrower or half a bowl wider. There was kinder collisions in play.
Yeah, played it right, just only an inch or two away from a good result.
It's bowls, I suppose. Sometimes that's what happens. Handy bowl.
So must score end, I think, for Debbie here. After losing 3 ends in a row this set, but 5 in a row across the last 5 ends. Just needs to get back on the job here. Bethan, well, she's really hitting
bowl.
this line. Okay, that not exactly the weight she's after, but they're good lines down there. Good area bowls.
got this one away very nicely. How's the running? Good bowl.
Should be enough. Yes, it is.
Nice correction there from Debbie.
Well, I know Bethan's playing this hand really well, and there is a bit of room to draw the shot, but it does shape up well on the forehand just to trail the jack. Needs to be very precise here, does Bethan Russ. That's pretty precise. What a shot.
Well, fair enough if you can do that. Certainly.
That is very precise. Just clearing the front bowl, grabbing half of the jack and trailing it.
Was not the easier bowl to play, but the one she thought she could execute.
So this is becoming a really good game for Debbie White for many reasons. She's being challenged and heading into the finals.
Lovely bowl.
Great shot. That's what you want. You don't want an easy path into the finals. You want to know that you've had to really earn it, especially the last few games, and having to play big shots. And that's the thing that Bethan Russ is actually doing for Debbie White. She's actually playing her into a game where she's challenged to play all the shots and stay on top of it. So you want that going into finals.
Yeah, no, it's perfect because we know Debbie is going to finish top of the ladder in her section. She can't be beaten. She's two games clear of the next best. So she will feature in post-section of this event. So what a perfect way to get practice in. Bethan, is she going to hit this?
I think so.
Drive.
Look at that for a beautiful release. She's close for the jack here. My goodness. Jack forward and out.
I don't understand.
I don't think it's out of bounds, but forward and out to the wing. And her bowl's gone out of bounds, and she's kicked Debbie White's back. What a funky result that was. Both players sort of gathering their thoughts here. Very rare you see that. A jack hitting into a bowl. Bowl going one way, jack going another.
Yeah, she hit it nearly perfect.
But even this, Alex, for Debbie, you know what I mean, playing to an offline jack in a awkward position on the rink, testing her out mentally going into finals, having to play every shot in the book.
There we go. So that's where it landed. So the jack almost tried to go out, didn't it? It's literally on the line. Fair to say that was a little unlucky from Bethan.
Umpires.
Yeah. Umpire.
All right, while we wait.
Umpire.
Gee,
Long measure.
goodness gracious. While we're waiting for it, we'll just see if we can relive that drive shot from Bethan.
Yeah, so it was backhand, looking for the bowl clean or jack in the ditch. She actually hits. It's a beautiful release you see there, head
So
nice and
good.
still. Actually hits the jack through the bowl. And then her bowl goes out of bounds and Debbie
So
White's
she's going
goes
to
back.
be- let's measure these two. Start here first to there. And go around. Yep. oh, yes.
Right, so we get the wedges out to keep the bowls up. And they're going to go the long string
Watch that end finishes.
measure by the looks. So as you work backwards from what the best device is for these long distance measures.
Well, for me, I'm sort of trying to figure out which is the actual closest bowl. I don't think they know either because it's like a 3 or 4 way measure here.
That one there, please.
I suppose you go.
We can clearly see which is Bethan's nearest bowl, so
Yeah.
take those two away.
Those two. Yes. So don't touch those. Don't touch those two white ones, essentially.
I did not be told them.
Can if you like. Yeah, no, that's okay. You've got it on there.
Right. So I just organising what they're going to do. So we'll talk a bit about what's happening tomorrow. So you're the MC for tomorrow, Barry?
Yeah, looking forward to closing proceedings, and yeah, interested to obviously know who will be the ones that are standing on the platform or on the dais, or the ones with the medals. But just looking forward to that. As I said, last night was great, just hosting a bit of trivia, and this afternoon running a coaching clinic for any of the spectators, and yeah, just another little add-on to the event. Working with the World Bowls team, it's been great, and yeah, closing ceremony tomorrow. And
Talk to me a bit about, I see you've got a sign in the foyer and you're holding on to a kit. Talk to me a bit about that. What's the kit about?
yeah, so I've just invented a coaching product. It's called the Bowls Bumper,
Right.
under my brand Blessed, and yeah, it's a lot of years into the making, and it's finally got to the point where now it's on the market. So it's a coaching tool that sits in the ditch, and it's got targets on it. So yeah, it's my invention, passion job, and just to help the bowlers out there worldwide that want to be better at driving and converting, and knowing that they can do that by having a target mat in the ditch, and it takes away having to get your bowl dirty, get sand on your bowl, make any noise, worry about bowls going into other rinks and so on. So it's a very handy coaching tool for those players, because I just feel that can be a gap or a missed opportunity for a lot of bowlers out there. They might be able to sort of go toe-to-toe with players on the draw and match them, but being able to rip that bowl out or break a head open when it really matters is a very important part of the game. And this driving tool, the Bowls Bumper, is extremely important for that muscle memory and repetition. So
Oh, great stuff. And if we're interested in trying to find where we could get that from, do you have a website people
yeah,
can go to?
just barrylester.com.au. That's Barry with an IE, and yeah, check it out.
And while we were waiting, the decision was 2 in favour of New Zealand, so 2 shots to Debbie White, and look at that, right on top of the jack, opting not to change the length of the head, but just backing himself to get closer. 2 ends to go after this one. Bethan following Debbie down on the forehand. It's on the slight high side, and wouldn't be surprised if see a front toucher here.
Staying down on that one. Yeah, just getting back to before, Alex, about this is the perfect warm-up game for finals, really, that Debbie's experiencing, having to play forehand, backhand, some weighted shots. So if she does somehow come away from the win here, and it will have to be either straight sets or tiebreak, but I think that's a great thing. And ideally, winning form's the best form, but either way, she'll know she's come off this rink being very challenged by Bethan's performance.
Yeah, and it's nice to have that for sure. She's been dominant in her games across the last few days, has Debbie White. I think the only player actually to be undefeated in the event over the men and the women, which is what we see at this event, because they're all national champions and you're playing so many games in section play. It's likely that you're going to lose at least one. It's hard to go through this event without dropping at least a match. Bethan staying on the forehand. Does have a lovely delivery. Gets it away so smoothly. And this is close to trailing it back for 2. Oh. Oh.
Are you kidding me? The thinnest of edge on that front bowl walks away from the jack instead of collecting it.
I think that's probably been her week, to be fair.
Yeah, couldn't have played any better. Once again, if you miss that edge, you get the jack clean, or you get it a little bit thinner and you pick up the jack as well. So, but sets her up well with the last bowl. Both players having a look at this head.
Yeah, and for Debbie, it's hard to make it more challenging for Bethan, because there's so many shots on for Bethan here to score. Doesn't matter if it's a 1, a 2 or a 3. even if Debbie draws close, that doesn't help you because the jack can get sprung. If you go past, Bethan doesn't actually need to play a lot of weight because it's just reaching on the backhand with a few feet. So an interesting decision to make here.
Yeah, so I feel with Bethan's bowl, it'll be backhand with her last. Once again, yeah, just down there looking for the bowl clean or jack back. The drama with Bethan playing forehand here is if she is a bowl tight of the jack, she can remove her nearest bowl. So ideally, yes, when you're playing weight, you don't want to play towards your nearest bowls in the head. Play away and work off them, or obviously go for your number one target. So I think Debbie's role here is to definitely make this shot more difficult for Bethan, or just be super defensive and go to the tee. In which she is doing.
Yep, so just leaving the shot on, going if you're good enough to play it, well done, and just ensuring that perhaps Bethan in the back of her mind, you can see Debbie's bowls come back there. And I don't think she'll be playing that weight anyway, but now Bethan knows that she has to play it with controlled weight and can't just fly those two bowls. So this is a huge bowl in the context of the set. We've only got 2 ends to go after this. If Bethan plays the shot, it's probably worth 3 shots. That should be enough to hold on. If she misses this, New Zealand's only trailing by 1 with 2 to go. Big moments.
Yeah, so it is backhand. That's the right call straight away. Backhand, sit the shot bowl or trail the jack. Needs to hold on.
And she's missed it. And so it's a chance for New Zealand. We're a live hope here. 3-4 the score as we go into the second to last end of the second set. First end was drawn 4 apiece.
6 ends each across the match, so very tight.
Wales leads 4-3 after 5.
So all square on the same amount of ends, but one difference on the score.
And it's moments like that that can make the difference in an event, isn't it? Because Bethan had that chance. It's essentially a set-winning bowl. You don't have to miss it by much. She was unlucky there with the third shot. Wasn't able to execute her bowl for 3. And Debbie again into her work. Keeping the jack on the shorter side. We've seen the best bowls on this broadcast rank. Longer ends, it's been more challenging to consistently find the line.
Could we see a double drawn set?
That'd be cool. Why not? What will we need? We need Wales to get 1 here and us to get 2 on the last end.
Yeah. The birds are out again. Got a couple of little friends near us here in the commentary box.
Moving real quick. Debbie with a front toucher. What a bowl. Feel like she's really finding her line and length again now. There was a few ends in the middle where Bethan was in control of the game.
Maybe that's been a bit of an issue for Bethan this week. So much wildlife and birds around. The concentration levels. Being someone that likes bird watching.
Blue-faced honey eaters and whatever else you've got in Australia.
Well, these little ones here are just noisy miners. They're harmless. They're just looking for a little snack. But if you leave the venue here and go for a bit of a look around, you'll see some the pink galahs and the white cockatoos. And it's great to hear some of the athletes talking about some of the animals they have seen with koalas, etc., and kangaroos.
Our camera op desperately wants to see a kangaroo before he goes home to New Zealand. We went through a place called Kangaroo Flats, which we were optimistic we might see one because it's in the name.
Yeah.
Not to be.
No, there's plenty of them out there. Hopefully you get to see one. When I travelled overseas recently, someone said, "Oh, what do you do for a job back in Australia?" I said, "Oh, there's kangaroos everywhere." I said, "My job is to remove the kangaroos off the runway at the airport." There's that many of them in Australia. When the plane's coming in, they actually believe me. So
say it with a straight enough face.
Of course not. But yeah, we're lucky. There's a lot of kangaroos out there, but definitely not on the runway at the airport.
That's because you've moved them all.
Debbie White down through this gap. Something on the front of this jack would be perfect. She's very good to there. Needs to hang on. Careful now.
Oh, good try.
This head sets up well for Bethan. Once again, backhand with a little bit of weight like the previous then. Just missing high. If she gets through, it'll be handy. No, so
Yeah, it's an ineffective bowl, wasn't it, that one, really? Sort of the two ways you wouldn't want to miss with your third bowl, where she was short and wide of the head. One bowl to come each.
So Bethan, I think that bowl's too vulnerable of Debbie White's there at 3 o'clock. So as you can see, there's plenty of options. The cannon at the front. So if Bethan gets onto that cannon, she can sit and stay. Or if she's a bowl tight on her forehand, she can just remove the shot bowl clean. That's the contingency hand, forehand, or there's only really one option for me on the backhand, and that's sit the bowl.
Little plants are always nice in bowls because all you actually have to do is hit the first bowl on the chain and everything else takes care of itself.
Yeah, well, on the backhand, the target really is only the bowl. Whereas on the forehand, if you include the cannon or the plant and the shot bowl, it becomes a 2 or 3 bowl target, so that becomes the greater percentage.
It's always something to keep in mind if you see two bowls near each other. More on fours, I suppose, than the singles game, but there's some cool things.
Yeah, I see. As you, at that camera angle there, you can see forehand, the target is, yep, the target is 4 bowls wide.
Well, literally.
Yep. And then on the backhand, it's only the shot bowl on its own when you're talking about various results. So it's still can be played both hands, but for me it's forehand. But if it is backhand, it's because Bethan's preferring that side of the rink, or maybe that actual delivery, the backhand delivery. So here we go. It's on its way. Just missing high. So that's just, there isn't another secondary result for missing high, whereas high on the forehand was the cannon.
Exactly what I was just about to say. You missed by that much on the forehand and you're actually still okay.
And then if she was tight, she could have still got the shot bowl. So
Yeah.
it is percentages, but also at the end of the day, you must play what you feel most comfortable.
1-2-0.
Oh, we're not going to
4
see
all.
No.
another. Well, we're probably not going to see another draw unless it's a drawn end. We get 2 touches. That's the only way we're going to see 2 drawn sets. But it's been a tightly contested match, this one. You can see, you just have to glance at the score to understand. It's literally 8 shots apiece in total. And it's the final end of the second set. Whoever wins this one takes the game. Oh, I was going to say, like with plants, Barry, for bowlers who might be starting out, or you're trying to think about how you build your fours head or in pairs when there's 12 bowls on the end. If there's 2 bowls touching, they don't actually need to be that close to where the jack is, because as long as you hit the front one, it takes care of itself, and that's when you can see some of the really imaginative shots that bowlers play that are easier than they look and they're safer than they look, because all you need to do is hit the first one and everything else is going to happen.
And they're a good shot to train and practice around the club, around your local greens. Just set up just anywhere down the rink, put 2 bowls together and go for the nearest bowl to you. Just keeps the mind sharp. Set up a few different cannons around the rink.
That's when our game becomes a bit more like pool or snooker.
And then as you get more confident, great shot there from
Beautiful bowl.
Debbie White. And as your confidence grows, you separate the bowls further and further and still try and achieve the same outcome bowl through bowl. But of course, when the 2 bowls are touching, 99.9% of the time, the angles won't change. So really good practice shot.
How good is that from... Oh,
Nice reply.
it's a good bowl from Bethan as well. But Debbie, when she's under pressure, 4-2 way back in to go, right, I've got a front toucher on this key end.
Yeah, knowing that the winner of this end wins the game, it's the best way to start. And in various environments, some people might just go to the tee here. Put one right on the tee here that says to Bethan, well, you won't be able to drive your way out of trouble here. You're going to have to play some kind of arriving weight. So Debbie's got the backest bowl.
2 great bowls.
So if it is any form of arriving weight here from Bethan, I'd like her to see her to get the backest bowl. I think she's just trying to draw it off.
Oh.
She's done pretty well. Well, she has.
Oh,
what a
bowl.
shot.
What a shot.
So just over the draw, looking to disturb the head.
That's the best bowl we've seen today. Absolutely outstanding. Had to be millimetre perfect. And Debbie switching to the backhand. Be interested to see what weight she plays this one with. We know it turns late.
Any contact in her own bowl. Oh, it needs the jack now.
Lovely effort. It's a well played bowl.
It is. Yeah, so she's got the back bowls in her favour. So Bethan, for me, there's only one thing she can do to improve the head, and that is hide the jack. And or you go to the back and say, well, you're going to have to swing your way out of trouble here, Debbie. Because if Bethan wins the tee here, that makes Debbie really think about what weight she's going to play. Alrighty, so it looks to be some form of draw shot here from Bethan. As we said, can she hide this jack from Debbie White, the New Zealander?
No. Well, it comes down to this, of course, with the bowl to come from Wales, but Debbie to save the game. Has played her backhand once. Missed it by a couple of inches.
Minor correction required here. See this bowl on this hand usually turn away quite sharply. Don't think that will hold from there.
Oh, and just underneath the line. And that will be that. And congratulations to Bethan Wales for winning that match. And for Bethan, that's the end of, or near the end of her tournament. We know from the New Zealand point of view that Debbie's going to feature in post section. That's her first loss. So Bethan showing us what she's capable of playing, and Debbie played well. And as you said, Barry, a good challenge for the New Zealander to have a game where she was pushed right to the limit. Thank you for joining me in the commentary booth for this one. We'll be back in half an hour. An hour. We'll be back at some point. We'll be back at some point with more coverage of the men's section play. And then remember, there's that break, an hour and a half, 2 hour break before we come back with post section play. So until then, sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights from that game.
In the UK, there's a bowl for every surface for the Henselite product. Here overseas, I use the Tiger 2 and I use the Dreamline XG purely because I love the grip and the arc that the bowl takes, and that's what makes me one of the best players in the world.
Oh, good ball. Good shot. It's still going. He's done it. Oh, what a shot. Beautiful ball.
Need a shoulder, he might just pick the jack up.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh,
Yeah, yes.
what a ball. Look at this.
Could be good.
That is an outstanding ball.
Oh, and he's tucked it in.
Welcome back to the World Bowls broadcast of the 2025 Champion of Champion Singles live from Club Barham here in New South Wales, Australia. We're up to the final round of section play here in the men's singles. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary by Barry Lester. And Barry, we've got India and Sweden.
Yeah, we always think, when we think of India and bowls, 2010 Commonwealth Games, it's when things really took off for India. And Sweden, well, they're only new, but it's always great to see some of these countries producing, not only coming into the sport, but producing some talent. And they're not always residing in that particular country. We've seen that a little bit in this event and in others. But yeah, if we can get more countries playing the sport, the better. And when you think of India, only fairly new to the sport still, and Sweden, it's great, mate. And yeah, really keen to see how they go. And always for me, it's technique and sort of game knowledge and shot selection. So in their game, and see where that can take them. But yeah, really keen to see how both players progress throughout this match.
Yeah, India, a great story in the bowls world, because not unlike Malaysia, there was no bowls in India until they hosted the Commonwealth Games in 2010 and built the facilities for it to be played at, and thought, well, we may as well have a national team. And you fast forward 14 years, and they were our Commonwealth Games gold medalists.
Yeah, picked up a few medals there in Birmingham back in 2022, and yeah, it's great to see these countries, once they get some coaching and some funding and great guidance through World Bowls and working with other sports, it's sky's the limit, really. And when you've got the high population in some of these countries, you just want to see them go from strength to strength.
Opportunities there for the sport, for sure. And having a look at the World Match Centre ladder, I can tell you that India is sitting in second place at the moment in his section, and he's one game clear of the next closest. So worst case scenario, Putul, if he was to lose this, would probably stay in third position, I think. So he's sort of fighting for the right to get that automatic qualification through to the quarterfinals and not have to play one of those playoff games if he can win it. When we look at Sweden, Lars, he's had 2 wins. He's sitting in 8th out of 9. 2 wins and 5 losses. But if you look at the net total of shots for Lars, he's only -5. So that's an indication that there's been a lot of very close games for Sweden in this event so far, and I'm sure he'll be out there to ruin India's day.
Yeah, very Swedish name, isn't it? Lars Olof Backgren. So we've had our work cut out a little bit with the names, but if we do refer just to Sweden or India, I feel that's probably best. But at the end of the day, they are representing their country.
Yeah.
There he is there. It's the famous blue and yellow.
I've seen Lars play a little bit over the last few years. He's been to this event before. Says he needs more bowlers in Sweden, so if you're interested, contact World Bowls and they'll put you in touch with the right people.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine reach out in the last couple of years. He said his mother is Sri Lankan, born in Sri Lanka, and father Australian, and he's got a dual citizenship, and he was keen to reach out to Bowls Sri Lanka and look at how he can get involved. So yeah, there's a bit of that going on, so it's great to see. Nice shot there.
It's one of those sports that makes sense as being very accessible, and I know with this move towards acknowledging the short mat world and all that sort of thing, there's more bowls happening around the place as a sort of a starter on to an outdoor bowls length. You can access the short mat, which you can still use outdoor bowls on. Oh, Lars just underneath the line.
Yeah, both players, a couple of effective bowls so far. Nice kind length to start proceedings. Yeah, what a shot here from Patul. That's 2, but Lars, he has to be thinking aggression straight away at that. That is juicy.
Yes, 2. This ball, it's 1 foot in front. 1 foot. The gap's 1 foot. This ball, no, 3 inches in front.
What's that bird?
That's the magpie.
Oh, they're frightening, aren't they?
No, they do swoop though, but he's very happy, or she. Looks to have a bee or some kind of bug there.
Right.
Bit of morning tea. So Lars, he's going to miss under here, so missed opportunity. I know he's got one left, but you won't get many bigger invitations early in a game of bowls than how this head shapes up now.
As Lars was asking those questions, really expected to see an aggressive shot because all the answers he got just reinforced that shot selection where you may as well be going the bowl or the jack. I'd be surprised if we don't see aggression here.
Yeah, I think he'd be trying to at least lose it here, clean a few out.
Doesn't matter if he's on his forehand or his backhand.
So Lars, you see he's got a fixed stance, so he gets to step out and into a fixed position.
He's in the area.
He sure is.
Watch the collision bowl.
And onto the other one. Well, through the gap. This is called the gap rink. We should just call this the gap rink, not rink 2.
So many times we've seen bowls that look like they're nearly perfect. Oh dear. So for India it's going to be, well, the mark has got 2 ready to go. Unlucky, Lars.
2.
Yeah, Jack was the premium result, but even just getting that bowl just off centre and leaving the head and not reducing the count by any more than just the 1. But they are having a look here. I'm interested to know too. Usually the bowl laying down with its belly sticking out wins these tight measures.
I understand using a finger measure during an end where you can't use a measure. But I don't quite grasp the logic of using a finger measure after an end when you can use a measure. At least it's to confirm something, I suppose.
Yeah, some people like to do a little 360 walk around and get a bit of a look at what they think is a shot. Some people just go in, use the finger method and get out. It gives them a good reference.
Is that an all over the world bowls thing, or where have you seen the finger measure used most?
Oh,
Barry?
I've only ever known it since I've been playing, and that's 30 years. So the first person to ever see use it was Steve Glasson back in the day, when we'd see Steve feature heavily on a lot of televised events.
Oh,
and
he just won everything for about 10 years, didn't he?
yes, and yeah, I guess we've all mimicked it from there. But you'll see a lot of players use it, and it works. It really does. It's not meant to work to the point where it's 100% correct. It's meant to work to the point where you're comfortable with the reference it's giving you. And
Been great to see the laser measures and use. There's that famous story was we initially tried to use a sonic measure in the 80s in 1984, the World Bowls final between Willie Wood and Peter Ballas, and the umpire came out with a sonic measure and forgot to put the batteries in to decide the World Singles final, so had to put it away and use a tape, but we've moved on.
so there you go. Yeah, I mean, that's really good concentration and probably authority from Lars there, just to say, wait a minute, no, I'm keen to have a look at this, and one shot at this level, you can't be giving anyone anything for free.
Oh, absolutely. Makes it worthwhile when you call an umpire and it actually is what you thought, or thought it may be. 1-0 after one end. Here we see Lars. He was unlucky here. Like, you know, if he was a quarter of a bowl wider,
He did.
Exactly.
He had a good little look over at us. I think he knew we were riding the ball with him, and no, it's good. I'm all for letting out an emotion. I mean, whether it's a bit of anger or a bit of joy, a bit of laughter, letting out the emotion's really good. You don't want to trap it in. You know, some people might look to the sky, some might just tap their leg. At the end of the day, you are human, so last thing you want to do is trap it inside. And it's great seeing the different characters across the rinks these last few days, seeing the different ways they go about it.
To your point, as long as when you talk to these bowlers, it's about feeling your feelings and then just getting back into that space to play your next bowl.
Yeah, the best example I can probably give you is Rafael Nadal. Now, as a professional athlete, he never broke a racket, but he got angry plenty of times. So you've just got to know that there is a lid. You don't need to lift it. Just get to a point where, you let a bit of steam off, and you put in the time, the effort, and training. I was chatting to Brendan Ferns from South Africa yesterday, and he's asking me, how do you deal with, poor performance or losing a game? And definitely got to debrief and assess what you've just done, let a bit of emotion out, and then start again. And the hardest thing with bowls is you only sometimes get 20 or 30 seconds between deliveries, so you've got to be quick to reset and go again. But these players out here, you can just see most of them just smiling away, having a good time, but deep down inside, they all want to perform well and win. It's nice shooting here from Lars and Patul from India. Lars obviously just missing his line more, but if he can sit this jack or change this head up, I think this is the very similar situation as we had last end. He's got to give his bowler a chance with this third delivery.
Willing it to turn.
It will turn sharply from there. Here it comes. Close for the jack. I know it's a wide gap, but it's still another gap. But he had to reach with that one.
So talking to Debbie White after her last match, she confirmed what we've been saying, and that on this rink, absolutely that hand to the right as you see it on the broadcast rink in front of you is the slower hand. She said it felt like it was just about a metre slower than the other side, and I was trying to work out why that might be. Perhaps because we've got open ends here. I noticed in the morning there's lots of sun that shines onto the rink. It could be that half of the rink has been more weathered perhaps than the other half. Who knows?
So Lars there.
Interesting forehand.
Yeah, no, this one's backhand. He's looking for the jack here, or clean a few out. Needs to hold on. You'll see this turn away. Get the cannon through jack. He has. But still, I think 2 down there.
Yeah, he's square on, which is because he was driving. I think it will be that 2.
2. Score is 3-0.
So back-to-back ends for India. Lars just forced to play weight with his last bowl on the last 2 ends. And fixed stance, fairly common in the game of bowls. You see it a fair bit, people getting out into that forward fixed position. So the bottom of the body's then in a set position, in balance. And then the top just has to finish the job. So that's where it's a perfect example where in terms of the body and the biomechanics, the game is really played in that top and bottom half of the body. Just need them working together to get that good timing and tempo.
Yeah, I know in New Zealand it was a very common delivery, more sort of 20 plus years ago when our greens were super duper quick. It was a common delivery because you couldn't actually afford to have body movement or you lose your bowls. So players like, that's a great bowl from India, the head coach of the New Zealand team at the moment, Mike Kernahan from Dunedin, is the best known fixed stance delivery in New Zealand at the moment. He takes a step and swings his arm, but when he played for New Zealand at the Com Games in the Northern Hemisphere, changed his delivery, stepped through it.
Oh, very good, Alex. Yeah, so I'm all about exactly what you just spoke about then, and it's great that you give an example of a very accomplished player in Mike Kernahan. So when he gets into a fixed position, the word fixed or static is the word we need to think of. So the quicker the greens are and the shorter the ends, the less body weight and momentum that's required. So that becomes a real fixed or static movement. It's something that you should really be coached and train. And then, obviously, like you say, Mike's gone over to the Northern Hemisphere, changed his delivery, which is your mechanism, and then you become dynamic. So you go from static to dynamic, and they are two different body movements. And you've just given a great example, especially for our listeners, of a player that's done a lot in the game and now a very high-level coach that has changed deliveries from static to dynamic in different conditions. So
Precisely.
So that's a really good example.
Lovely head of 4 bowls here building. Backhand and forehand as well, so opposing hands. And I think we're going to see Putul switch to the forehand side.
And of course, the real quick example of that is just a drive and a draw. So the draw is static, very less movement. The drive is a real launch forward.
Oh, when Mike drives, he pulls out his Northern Hemisphere delivery. I've seen it.
Yeah, not quite hitting the line there. Not a bad weight from Putul, but Lars, he needs to get on the board just to gain some confidence here.
In the area.
Yeah, he's played this pretty well. He's jack now, though.
Good try. It's
Yeah.
3 well-played bowls, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just not rewarded. I mean, they're right down the spine. They're only 18 to 20 inches past jack, but Putul's actually got 2 inside that 18 inches to 20 inch area, which means he's got that 2 in the count. But once again, we've seen that Lars is and has the ability to play weight. Does the Indian go to the back? Cover any jack movement? Well, he's definitely on a line that suggests so.
Yeah. If Lars plays a perfect bowl, there's a world where the jack comes back to there on your screen. If you can get the jack square enough, just drawing it on the forehand. It could be a 4 here.
Yeah, so the one real refreshing part of this shot for Lars is that his line has proven it's good enough. So that's not an issue. So it's just hitting that line again. But it's just a small weight correction. Go chasing this jack. That's when you bring too many elements into it. I think it's just a draw.
Absolutely.
And just step into it a little bit more. Create a little bit more of that dynamic weight we spoke about. And just make sure you reach. Or, once again, knowing you got the backers bowl, you could rip straight into it. Whatever feels comfortable for you.
Watch your head.
Definitely arriving. He's close here.
I'm not sure if it's going to turn in time. How many of us is it going? Oh, dear. Was he 2 down before he played that shot?
Yeah, he was already 2, so no change there.
It's no worse than it was.
2.
2.
Up to 3 ends. Score is 5-0. Up to 3.
Just heard it there, 5-0 the score on the 4th end. And it's been a well-contested game so far. Lars has been not rewarded, as you said. He's been not rewarded for some very good bowls. But Putul also forcing Lars to play those shots. And there's last bowl, just 1.5 feet, 2 feet wide of his target. Be interested to know, I know in Sweden, curling's very big in Sweden. They're one of the powerhouses of that game, and curling a cousin sport to bowls. I'd be interested to know if Lars started his career in curling has moved to bowls. The difference between the two is that curling has a static target, so it's a target that's literally on the ground, it doesn't move, so they build their heads the reverse way around that we build their heads. In curling it's good to be short, because if you're short you can promote your bowls or stones, whatever they call them, into the head. And bowls, not so good to be short because we've got a moving target that's always going to go back, so we build heads in reverse. But similar codes. I know when the Winter Olympics are on, most of the bowlers I know are pretty glued to the curling.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique sport. Not a bad reply from Lars there. Nice lane. Just needs a couple of feet. Patul from India. Great opener. He looks dangerous for me. Just keep an eye on him the last few days. This is what I think he's capable of. He's got a steely look about him. And once again, these countries we mentioned, the Commonwealth countries, such as India, selection, getting results in these kind of events. Everyone's vying for selection.
When we look at Putul, he does everything right, doesn't he? Like, there's nothing in his delivery that you look at and go, oh, that's a bit unconventional. It all looks good. Straight into his work. That bowl had barely finished.
Yeah, he's definitely got a bit of a spring in his step, making sure he's got things on his terms. And this is brilliant bowling. That is class. Bowl first, Jack.
Oh, outstanding.
Yeah, inside a tea towel. That's where you want to be. Second last day of a major tournament. That's where you want your game at. Lars forced to play some form of weight here, 6'10" feet. Well, it's not a bad home, but once again, just being forced to chase with his last couple of deliveries.
That's been it, really, isn't it? We've seen India play really well, so it's good heads. And Lars has been in the area on shots where he has to be perfect. If Lars had played a slightly better end, you can afford to be in the area and you're going to get a good result. But because India's playing so well, Lars is like, well, here, for example, he has maybe a 1.5 bowl margin of error. Misses by any more than that, and you're going to drop a bundle.
Yeah, a bit of protection out the back here. Just in case that jack gets kicked right back. I think Lars, we've seen it already, not afraid to play a bit of weight. Much better here. He is close. Very close. It will turn sharply here. He's got too much of that jack into that shot bowl and stayed. He's...
What do you say? What do you say?
You're talking a fingernail, a little bit off target. So any narrower there onto the jack, he picks it up and takes it right back for at least 3.
Yeah. It's been forced to be perfect. Certainly he could have had some better results for how well the bowls have been played. 8-0 doesn't seem fair. Look at this. We live that in. We saw 3.5 perfect bowls from India. Bang, bang, bang. Feather off the bowl first onto the jack. And then Lars with his last one. I mean, it's not even a fingernail. Literally any narrower at all and you're okay. I have to smile at that. Sometimes it's all that there is left to do. It's that sunlight I can feel.
It is. It's starting to brighten up. Hopefully it's here to stay. A bit of cloud around today, but all in all, it's a nice day.
Great bowl from Putul.
Yeah, just seeing Putul then in the corner of the screen, sort of riding that bowl of Lars's, hoping and praying that he didn't drag that jack back. Culturally in Australia, it's frowned upon. It's called, riding a bowl, or it's encouraged that you just keep still when the opposition's bowl is in movement. But as some of these countries do develop and learn the etiquettes and the ins and outs of the sport, and I'm sure there's no malice in it. It's not that at all. It's just a learning curve of the sport. And just to see the characteristics of these different players, it's great to see the passion in their body movement and their face expressions. And
I mean, this is just outstanding bowls. I think you're right, Barry. Keep an eye on Putul going forward. I would not be surprised to see him feature in tomorrow's play because he's been super consistent here.
Yeah, I like the way he goes about it. Definitely. Yeah, there's a real fight in there. You can see that very determined look on his face. Lars now just needs the correct line. Good bowl, unrewarded again. In the area, give it a chance. But he has to nearly be inch perfect, Lars, to really take it up to the Indian, because he's in some fine kind of form here. This one just going to move under, but
It's the first bowl. The first bowl you'd classify as a miss in some time.
just the way he even just after he releases it, just gets a couple of yards up the green, shows to his opponent he's up and about. Lars, he's chasing again here.
Is he on the back end? On the back end.
Yeah, missing under.
It's an exhibition from the Indian. Yeah, just a nice delivery. If we watched a slow-mo, I'd imagine there's no bounce upon release. Lets it go very smoothly. Just falling slightly short on that occasion. And Lars isn't going to muck around with this, you would think.
What's your head?
This is in the area.
He's got
It's
the
in
jack.
the area.
It's gone out of bounds. Yes! One's worked.
Touch her in the ditch.
Lovely bowl. So the rule for this event is if the jack is killed, it's respotted on the 2 metre mark and rewarded for a very good bowl there as Lars, and it's going to be 1 to Sweden.
Stems the flow. 4 ends in a row it was for the Indian, and for Lars to get the one there, especially being 2 down, worked out pretty well. Kicks out to the side, jack on the nose. He runs through to the ditch. If the jack went back without going out of bounds, he would have had a 2, but you take that. 3-shot turnaround. Matt right up. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Lars,
How far are you walking?
I love it. He's saying, I don't care about 8-1. I don't care about ladders and who's doing what. I've got a program here. I'm bringing the mat up. I'm going to really force the hand here. Try and break up the rhythm of my opposition.
I like it.
Now, yeah, I love it. Now for the hard bit.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Now for the hard bit. Just getting the jack on the tee. Okay, body language is good. Oh, gee, it needs to slow up, Alex.
Woo, woo, woo.
I told you that's the tough bit.
And splashing into
It was
the ditch.
straight at least, under the number.
Yeah.
Go definitely.
Right, so the mat taken right back.
Very out of bounds, yeah.
And the jack delivered reasonably long. So 7 shots to chase and 2 ends. This is the penultimate end for Sweden. So needs a 3 and a 4.
So much longer length than he intended for when he rolled the jack, but first bowl, so he can try and set the tone of this end. Nice line, 4 foot short.
Quite enjoying how quickly Putul hops on to the mat. Like, he sort of doesn't give his opposition any time to reset or regather their thoughts. You think you'd be playing your bowl, you hop off the mat, you pick your bowl up, you turn around, and your opposition's bowl's already halfway up the rink. It's just getting into that rhythm.
Yeah, and the most important part of that, Alex, is just maintaining that time and time again. The only time you'd probably defer from that, doing the same, being around that same time, is when the emotion of the situation takes over, and that's completely fine again. So, in most sporting environments, the emotion kicks in, the thought process can slightly change off the back of it, and
Goodness.
wow, he's winding up here. Wow. 1, we didn't get much time to set up for that, and 2, that was quick.
Not often I don't have that much to say.
Well, I think that's That's in his game. So, yeah, just saying, even to the time, for those that are really keen to work on their routine and know that they've got that great repetition, just time yourself bowl after bowl. Great to be within a second of two and just knowing there's not much differentials in those shots and those routines. So
That's a really interesting point, and I know we talk about it when you watch. We've got so much bowls on TV now, but I'm sure if you were to pick some of the key players who are really good, you'd find that their pre-shot routine is the same and a similar time and all the way. People opting for less aggressive third bowl.
they're still searching though.
It's interesting. So if you're gonna, you may as well drive if you're looking to. I'm a bit confused. Just a little lapse in concentration, I think, here from the Indian player.
He finds himself 2 down. Lars picks up at 3 here. Well, he's going to need a maximum on the last, but
Yeah, if we think about it, the logic for the second bowl of Pootl's is fine because you've got a bowl and jack target. If you feel like you can drive it, you may as well. He didn't miss. He didn't really miss. He was half a bowl off. So therefore, you've got 2 options. You either draw to save or you drive again. I'm intrigued that we saw a really tight line. I don't know, maybe it's just an indication, just a lapse in concentration there. Perhaps hadn't made up his mind.
I think the drive might be too, once again, just trying to look forward in the tournament, thinking, geez, I've got a good opportunity here to try a few things, experiment a little bit, get a few drives away, play a few different lengths. And but once again, you want this stage of the tournament, those that are qualifying, you want to be tested and have hopefully played most shots. But I like what Lars is doing here. You can see his opponent's up and about. He's trying to own the rink and show some dominance. Lars is just taking his time. You can see that. He's in no hurry to be anywhere. He's holding a really good 2. He knows he can trail the jack. Try and shut down this end. Take away that 2 to 3 bowl target.
Very methodical. And he's lining up on his forehand, which is interesting.
There is a shot, but I'm not sure whether he's trying to play it. It's hard to pick, but forehand around the front bowl and then sit this bowl here at 6, 7 o'clock. So
That must be what he was attempting to do.
yeah, any touch on that bowl at 7 o'clock would have made 4. So
Just onto that one.
yeah, so that's what I sense he was trying to play. If not, it was trail the jack over to where the marker's feet are and try and bring that wing bowl into play. So, but as it sits at the moment, Patul from India, he has third shot. It will be aggression, and it's so important. Oh, he's playing backhand to play away from your nearest bowl.
It's interesting where he stood on the mat there. It means it should turn late.
He's backed the weight off though. This is good
Got
weight to
them both.
hang around.
Bang, bang. Oh. Imagine if you're still 2 down. I think he is. I think he's still 2 down.
Big effort.
Having given that an absolutely fair go. Just wait for that to be confirmed. I think it's going to be a 2 to Sweden, which puts them 5 behind, of course, as we go into the last end of this first set. So 3-8 the score as we start end 7. He got that drive away real clean. I mean, to find that gap, you'd think he would have hit something.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of that the last few days. If he actually said, I'll go for that gap, you just don't get it. It's such a high degree of difficulty to get through that gap. But sometimes, as I said in the last game, there's days, there's weeks where you're just through gaps, getting edges. There's days where you get the middle of everything. So
I know we've all done the thing in bowls where you don't think there's a gap there, so you aim for it and accidentally get it and go, I didn't realise I was that I didn't realise that accurate. I was trying to aim halfway between the 2 shots so I get one. And Lars has pulled the mat up again. And he's not even
about 4 feet off. Not too bad.
he's not even bothered with the check into that. It's quite impressive when the jack gets re-delivered and the lead catches it on the mat or their foot and then catches the jack with hand. That's a skill on itself, isn't it? Right, and then that really long end on this 40-metre green. The absolute opposite of what Lars was hoping for.
On the backhand. Long length, as you spoke about.
We know that this has been the more challenging length to consistently get the line right. Of course, on a longer end, it's going to require more green on both hands because the bowler's travelling further, so it's got more time for the bias to act upon it. And both players have been caught out by this length on the first bowl. That was more a weight issue there from Putul. Really aggressive game going on next door on rank 3 between Hong Kong and whoever Hong Kong is playing.
Malaysia.
I've seen or heard a lot of drive shots come through the ambient mic, and we just saw a jack there scatter out to the side. Probably 5 drives I've counted in the last three or four ends from that game. Players can sort of wind each other up sometimes, can't they? If you play an aggressive game, they can match each other.
Yeah, both players you can see. Oh, well, I know that they've got that in their repertoire, the weighted shots. And this stage of the tournament, you're either doing it for one or two things. One, that you're trying to play big shots to keep your dream alive, or the event hasn't worked out your way and you're sort of just swinging your way out of the tournament. But both quality players, and it's been a really strong field of bowls all week. And we've seen some classic matches on this TV rink. Kamari Mangus yesterday, nailing the jack end after end, the Sri Lankan.
One of the performances of the tournament for me, just with the level of consistency that we saw from her.
Yeah, lovely correction from Patul.
That's a good bowl. Well played.
And we've said it a few times, but for those just tuning in now, you can just see this head isn't of the highest standard that we're used to seeing all week, and we're just seeing that over the longer distances from pretty much every player so far. The real long ends, the heads just aren't as tight as they are versus the 25 to 26 metre mark, and we're really keen to see whoever walks away with these titles, what length and what area of the green are they going to do it on.
Quite looking forward to this evening's or this afternoon's matches, Barry, when we're going to pop over to the other green, which we know runs about 2 seconds quicker, just so the viewers can see the differences in the conditions, because it is quite dramatic for these players to come here and just have that challenge of switching between the greens. One running at about 16 and a half seconds, and this one running 14 and a half.
Yeah, perfect evidence of that is Patul's last bowl. Okay, yes, he had shot, and it was the end of the first set, but you won't see him play a bowl like that over a shorter length.
So the second set starts now as India continues to progress. Remember, we're sitting in second position on the ladder. Sweden second to last, but has had good games. He's got a shot differential of only -3 or 4, which usually if you're sitting second to last on the ladder, that's not what you'd expect to see. Oh, that's just a nice, simple delivery. Not much to go wrong there.
Yeah, not a bad start. Pretty long end though. 33 metres of length here, so long end. Lars with that fixed stance. Really good lane.
Good bowl. That's a very good bowl. He'd be happy with that.
Oh, he's all over it. That's the Lars lane. Forehand back to the clubhouse. This is heading north. Looking for some contact. Change it up now. Turn that ball over.
Oh,
Not quite.
Feathered it. Tried to sit it down.
Nice reply.
It's quite a vibrant shirt that Lars is wearing, isn't it? You can certainly see it, and that's been the case. A lot of the country shirts, I'm sure we're getting better and better with the uniforms in the bowls world. Good to see. How's your weight?
Yeah, 2 good ones.
Yeah, well played.
There we go. Big weight. Incoming. Got the gap.
I think you're right when you said it's perhaps been used almost as a practicey thing, because realistically he's probably sitting there thinking, oh, no, I'm going to be in post section. You never know when you might need to pull out that full-bladed drive. Now's a good time because the consequences aren't huge if you miss a full-bladed drive here. They are huge if you miss a full-bladed drive in post section.
Yeah, it takes an absolute worldie or a screamer to somehow draw that off or play minimum weight and win the end.
Yeah.
So I think the bash option is definitely best, especially with his third. He still has the backers bowl, so if Lars doesn't change this, Patul can go again.
Oh, he might make it easier too.
Doesn't want to turn that down.
God. Oh, God.
Well,
you may as well put flashing lights on that and say
Yeah.
that, mate.
yeah, that's put a ribbon right around it.
It's on its way.
Jack in the ditch, missing height. Yeah, so Lars is looking at us with a bit of a smile there. He knew he didn't. He deliberately played the backhand. Well, I'm confident he deliberately played the backhand so he wouldn't go near the shot bowl.
Yes.
And he's actually turned back quite strongly and turned the shot bowl off the jack. So I'd love to interview him now and say, hey, is that why you played the backhand? I'm sure it'd be a yes. And it just goes that way some days. But back to the forehand, I'm suggesting, and just draw what he did earlier, or is he just try and stay in the rhythm of the backhand?
Oh, he's not sure. I think lining up on the... Oh, I can't tell with Lars. On the backhand by the looks. Quite square on.
Yeah, you can see that foot pointing towards us. But one thing that it wouldn't be usually recommended, you'd want that foot aiming towards his target. Because he's fixed, when he turns that foot off centre, it gets him in a more balanced position.
Yeah.
But one thing he's doing well to combat that fixed position stance being across his body is he's not rotating at the top. He's keeping square at the top. And that's helping him play at this standard.
We've got a player in New Zealand who's played for New Zealand, Jamie Hill, who has won a gold star for 5 national titles, and he sets up, always looks like he's playing his backhand. Yeah, and it's a nightmare to commentate, and because he's so good, he's usually near the pointy end of the broadcast events, and you end up just going, well, we'll just wait and see which way Jamie's going to go here, because you cannot tell. It looks exactly the same whether he's playing forehand or backhand with his foot position. And he's one of the best bowlers we have, because he does the same thing every time. So it might not be conventional, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, great player. Great fella too, Jamie. Yeah, so if you went into a single leg lunge, which delivering a bowl is, and for Lars's example here with the fixed, if you went into a single leg lunge into a fixed position with a straight foot, what that does is create that pressure through the leg,
Yeah.
and really cause you to be in a really vulnerable position balance-wise. But when Lars goes out and he steps across slightly like that, that gets him in a very balanced
Stable,
position,
yeah.
very stable, that's right, versus a straight foot. But then you see he stays square at the top.
Is he going jack in the... He's pulled the mat up, he's going jack in the ditch.
He's close.
I love it. Get down. Oh, good try.
So it's one thing for the bottom half to go one direction, but you've got to be careful with the top. So interesting technique, and once again, just makes this game so great, seeing all the different techniques and game plans. Lars, Matt up, Jack in the ditch.
That's amazing.
Will we see him go again
How
here?
brave is he? That's the question. Can you do it twice?
He is.
Oh, be good. Tell you what.
He's missing high again.
Oh,
I want to know the method behind the madness. He's just scored a 2.
it's a good question.
Well, Patul doesn't want to put something next to the jack now because that will make up Lars's mind. Well, that's even better. That's juicy.
If he just plays the same ball again, he's getting the jack in the bin because
That
the jack's just been
is
moved to the
juicy.
right. This turned into a really exciting end. The risk and reward keeps increasing too, as you've now lost 2 bowls.
Oh, I think he's under. Needs to hold though. He's close. It's close. Oh, thought it was under. 3. He just played 3 identical bowls.
So what we need is for Putul just to move the jack just a little bit more to the right as we see it.
Well, it's got him thinking. What does he do now? Just cover? It's still there. This will bring the crowds back
Oh,
if he
come
gets
on.
it with his last.
Look at this, he's framed the head. Rightio, jack in the bin. 4th time lucky, as they say.
Lars Olov Bakran. 3 bowls in the ditch. 3 down on the head. Needs the jack in the ditch. Needs the jack in the ditch. He's under. What an effort.
Oh dear.
He's looking over, giving us the thumbs up. He's just dropped a 4 and he's giving us the double thumbs up. What a character.
Oh.
I think that's, you know what? I got a feeling that was like a tribute method for someone out there watching. You won't try and put the jack in the ditch, Lars.
Well, mate, we've been waiting to see why he was trying to pull the jack up, or pull the bat up and deliver the jack to the 2 metre mark. Turns out it's so he could try and pin the jack.
I reckon he's just won a bet. Or the bet was he had to put it actually in the ditch.
And then he tried again then. That's
It's
the
definitely
question.
a bet or a dare of some sort.
I mean, he wasn't far away.
No
Look
way.
At that. You've got, he was half a bowl wide with his first attempt. Then again, half a bowl wide. And then the last bowl was slightly underneath the line, but it's 4 good efforts, really.
And the double thumb.
thumbs. Oh, I love bowls.
Oh.
It's when you think you've seen it all. Lars now back to the more conventional shot selection.
Oh no. He's got a good opportunity to draw an easy shot there, and he's let himself down. I think all the fanfare got to him there. I've just blown up the bowls internet with 4 runners trying to put a jack in the ditch. But he's still got a bit of room there. Still got 2.5 feet of room for shot. First one was on a really good line. This looks good too. You'll see this break across soon. Start seeing the sticker on the big side of the bowl.
Yeah, good bowl.
There we
Good
go.
stuff.
Yeah, I'd love to know what's going through, or what was going through Patul's head as well, under his breath, thinking what Lars was up to.
It can be a very strange place to be when your opposition does something unconventional, because it's easy to overthink it and then lose your own focus when they're playing shots that are a little bit out there. You're thinking, why? It's worse when they get it. You go, why did you drive it with your first bowl? Now you've put the jack in the bin and it's not what I was prepared to play against.
Nice effort from Lars. 2.5 to 3 feet short there on a good track. Patul switching to the backhand. We traditionally see this hand, most players pulling up short. And there it is. I can't put my finger on it, Alex, but there's a reason why when players switch off the, well, let's call it the east side, not the ditch side, but
Yeah.
when players switch off the east side to the west side, a high majority of bowls are short.
Yeah, certainly slower. As I said, Debbie confirmed that when we were speaking to her after her broadcast match. So definitely, certainly a slower hand. And Lars is just asking some questions to understand where the bowls are in relation to everything else on his forehand.
Yeah, down the middle, looking for the shot bowl.
He's close here.
Should turn away. A little bit of jack.
Took a coat of paint off it on the way past, but not to be. And it'll be one more to India here. He's brought the mat up a little bit. 5-2 the score as we start end 4 here at Club Barham. Very entertaining game of bowls.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you can see Lars is just a good character.
Are there any exhibition shots that you know, Barry? I've seen a swerve drive played before where you can put sort of spin on a bowl and it sort of does a figure 8 or an S up the green. Is there anything that you've seen played in your time?
Yeah, I've played a few flippers in games over the years where, like you say, you do a bit of a swerve up and down the green. That's a bit of bowls boredom over the years, mucking around on bowling greens.
Exactly.
I haven't mastered it, but I'm most confident with it when I give it a crack. Terminator end over end. So if you're trying to get to a bowl that's really hidden and there's no other option to, if you can't go around or anything, you go up over the head. So end on end, drive the bowl, and it gets a bounce. Now, probably frowned upon most places you play it. You want either a really nice, hard, firm surface outdoor or likewise indoor. But to me, I don't ever feel, unless it's on a real slow, lush grass green, that you would damage your green. But yeah, you can do a Terminator, bounce it end over end. And I've seen it executed pretty well over the years. I tried one a couple of years ago and actually bounced up and hit someone in the chest. Shout out to my mate Timmy Slater. But he lived to see another day.
Oh, that's good.
That was okay. It came down and bounced on a bowl and shot up. So it's a bit of fun, but that's the Terminator. Sometimes you just cannot get to a bowl. If it's, say, 4s and there's 15 bowls around the green or around the head and there's a bowl in there worth a number and you just cannot get to it anyway. I've seen great players like Michael Wilkes and that over the years perfect it and
have it bouncing when it arrives to the head.
Bit of fun. But yeah, it's not something you try and do too often, ideally.
Yeah, it's interesting when you get many people spend a long time at the bowling club just figuring out what you can get the bowls to do. I know if you put backspin on a bowl, it flips over. You can get it to flip over halfway up the green, sort of change the direction that it's going in, which is a bit like what we saw in Crackerjack, but not computer animated. Look at that. That's a good bowl. Yeah,
3 bowls now. You can see they're all standing up. You can see the bit of the sticker there on the red sticker. That means they're just coming in from the same angle, nice lines. But he found the weight with his 3rd one there. And then there's the trick shot as Lars tries to go from 3 down to 1.
Oh, what a beautiful bowl and
up.
A resting toucher. That's exceptional stuff.
Beautiful bowl. So you don't need to go running at bare jacks. Lars, you can draw front touches. I love the one when the jack's maybe a metre or 2 away from the ditch and you try and drive the jack into the bank to bring it up the green somewhere where you've got a pool of bowls. Big effort from Patul there. Yeah, there's been some famous ones played over the years, but you need to be a bit inventive at times, and if it's all within the rules of the sport, go for it.
If it's on, it's on. And Lars just having a look here. If he's touching, he should probably switch to the forehand. if he wants to draw a bonus bowl at all. Only because it doesn't need to move far at all for that to be not good. And you actually can't fit. There's nowhere to fit another second shot in on the backhand side, but there is a little bit of room on the forehand.
Why not? Go for it, forehand. Try and sit the second shot bowl. Not a lot of danger.
I'd clamp. So he's just had a look around. See what he opts to play. That long walk back to the mat, trailing by 3 shots on end 4 of the 7-end set.
It wasn't a trick shot, but I accidentally put someone in hospital for a couple of weeks in bowls. I don't have many claims to fame in bowls, but unfortunately drove one day and a big heavy indoor jack like they're using here shot up into someone's shin when they were standing on the bank.
Ow.
And
It's a good bowl though.
yeah, they went and got it looked at and got infected and ended up being in hospital for a couple of weeks. So not something to brag about, but you just never know.
He's done it. Has he done it?
Needs to hurry.
Has he done it?
He's thrown his cloth down.
Oh,
What a character.
he nearly done it. Great effort there. And it's going to be 1 to Sweden. So the score 3 shots to 5 as we start the 5th end. Very entertaining game of bowls to finish section play with here in Club Barham. Let's relive some of those moments. Lars, the man who last time he played in this direction, put 4 bowls in the ditch trying to drive the jack into it. Drew a front toucher on his backhand, then thought, I'll switch to the forehand and see what I can manage. Thought he had it all the way. And look at this. And down goes the bowls duster. Great try. Oh, Jack being delivered a little bit longer than what we have seen from Lars, so he's not. Well, he's pulled the mat up. Sorry, so we wouldn't see an attempt at Jack in the ditch again, would we?
You never know.
Would we? What are we going to? What's he going to do?
I think it's like unfinished business for him. I think he's going to sort of maybe keep having a crack. Well, I think he is, because he had 4 goes on his backhand last time, and he's going backhand again here, and he's usually been opening up with a forehand draw in this direction. So I'm thinking he's going again, Alex. Yes, he is. And it's a sharper, bendier hand, that hand too. So I think he's got more likelihood of getting the jack too with a more predictable turning hand.
What is going through Patul's mind when you're playing Lars, who seems to... Oh, I got nothing. He has not distracted the Indian.
Back to the draw. As we see here, that you can see the stickers on the bowl, on the outside of the bowl already. So there's a stronger turn, and then at the end, it's always a good way to see how both hands are turning and get an idea on what kind of width you need. Is how much of the face of the bowl you see. So you can clearly see with Patul's first one on the forehand in this direction, the tighter side, you can't see as much of the bowl as you can with the other 2 bowls. So you can see the full sticker on both Lars's first bowl and Patul's second bowl, whereas you can't quite see the full sticker on Patul's first bowl.
He's gone back to the probe. I think it's going to duck underneath the head before it gets to it.
Well, that helps.
Fascinating game. And already this bowl's on its way. Lars's bowl was just about still rocking from the end of its track when Putul played his shot, and we'll see. He'll just have a go at this, won't he?
There it is again.
Does it matter what hand Lars plays this on?
Oh, it's Jack. Well, he can clean a few out, but it has to be Jack. Jack in the pit, over where Patul's standing now, down there at sort of 7 o'clock. So it'll be backhand, run the jack in the ditch, kick it out to where Patul's standing. That'll get him at least a couple and force the Indian to play a big one with his last.
Here we go.
Just has to play a bit firmer than what he has done so far, because ideally he does want to clean a few bowls out as well. Remove that strong break out of the hand as well. Quicker you go. He's into this. Will break away hard. There it goes. So just a stronger turning hand there.
It was turning for the moment, he let it go. Not to be. Just into his work. Indian representative. Get along, he does not take on the mat. He's ready, and off we go. Does all the work before he hops onto the mat. Good line, but just overplayed it. See how many this is. 2 indicates Lars. 7-3 the score on the penultimate ends now. An entertaining game of bowls this one has been. Looking like it is going to be in the favour of India, but not without some fireworks from Lars.
Seven 3. Patul. Jack length. About 30 metres. He's wanting to finish strong here. He's been tested a little bit in the way of some uniqueness from his opposition. And the most important part when that happens is just to stay in your own lane. Concentrate on your controllables. And this is evidence of that.
Yeah, good bowls. He's playing well. Would not be surprised to see him feature right at the very pointy end of this event. Something else to talk a little bit about, Barry, is it looks like this game just sort of progresses as sort of foot placement on the mat in the context of, we were talking about trick shots, but you can get your bowl to do different things based on where you release it, and an easy way to control that is where you place your feet on the mat. Do you want to talk a little bit about that to us?
Yeah, so I always sort of give the darts analogy. So in a game of darts, when you go to throw a dart, and if there's another dart in your way, you can only really step a little bit left and a little bit right. Same with bowls. We've only got a little bit of room in terms of the mat, so move right to go around, move left to go under, and so on. So for left and right-handers, but then if you've got the unfortunate experience of playing in a real windy day, which is pretty common, I always believe to really shape up to the wind with your body. So that starts with your feet, so get your feet aligned to your target in a strong windy day, but don't forget to keep your body in line with your target and really fight the wind with your body as well, because the moment the body's not in line, nice little edge there from Lars, we become a little bit weaker to it.
Yeah.
And you'd know that playing in New Zealand, all my trips over New Zealand over the years, yeah, it's one thing shaping up with your feet and your hand, but that body still needs to cut through the wind. Yeah, so footwork and mat positioning is super important. Don't be afraid to experiment a little in training.
Absolutely. Can make shots easier. Even the difference between left-handed bowlers and right-handed bowlers, it's just physics. If you look where the bowler's being released from, it's literally 1 or 2 feet different, so it takes a different line. Oop. Press the right button.
So Lars running for cover. Yeah, absolutely. So the release point somewhere just from the mat, if it's a matter of millimetres or inches different, it can result in feet down the other end. So Patul playing some form of arriving weight here, looking to crack an egg or open things up, but he's missing high. would be risky, but Lars can make a 3 here.
And he's only trailing by 4 going into that last end.
Yeah, so the perfect bowl. It's good just to see him inspecting this head. So if he pretty much centres the shot bowl of his, gets it in the centre, the jack should just spit laterally, and he can stay for 3.
Talking onto there. And then the jack popping in this direction. Meanwhile, this bowl here is popping out the back, and yeah, you hang around for 3 shots.
If the jack even kicks further, he can bring the other one in at, what's that, about over there? So that one over there at about 4 o'clock. So
That's if he plays his bowl with a little bit more conviction, sort of ditch weight on the forehand as we see it.
yeah, it's shaping up to be that way. So first priority is just getting the bowl, and then hopefully the jack looks after you.
Be a cool shot to see.
He had a good look at it. It's great to see he's done his little view of everything. Thought about the weight. Off he goes into that fixed stance. At 10 feet of weight required here. Not a mile away. He's stalking this. He's close. Well, jack might work as well. Oh, it's gone out of bet. Oh, it stayed in.
Oh.
What a shot from Lars.
This man has it's been an incredibly entertaining game of bowls. He's missed his target by a bowl, guts the jack, spat it out the side, hung around, scored 2 shots. It only trails 5-7 as we go into the last end of the set. Are we going to get treated to 4 more ends of Lars if he can score a 3 here? Goodness gracious me.
So Lars, you can hear him saying there, your bowl back and me stay was 4. And yeah, it could have potentially got a 4, but that's still a great 2.
Like, you take away the 4 shots that India scored when Lars played 3.5 really good bowls but missed the jack each time, and the second set's quite a different story.
He's having a great time. He's just having a ball out there. Lars Olof Backrun, what a character. I'm definitely hunting him down later, either for a coffee or a refreshment together. I want to hear some stories.
Should start a fan club.
I want to hear, first of all, I want to know about the jack in the ditch. Someone's definitely laid down a dare or a bet and said, hey, you need to get the jack in the ditch on the draw or with a runner or something. You need to do that for me. So, or is it just an attempt to out-psych your opposition? I'm not quite sure.
Oh,
But
I'll tell you what, if I was playing Lars and he went successfully jack in the ditch with his first bowl, it would psych me out.
I think he was saying to Patel then, I think he was saying, what do you think? Should I try and put the jack in the ditch again? And Patel was just sort of like, yeah, if you want.
You
so
do you.
He's having a good old chat. But anyway, here we are, ditch to ditch.
Yeah, so this would be absolute madness if he tried to put the jack in the ditch with the... No, he wouldn't. And he's on his forehand, so he won't. So we have identified. He says with confidence.
7-5. 7th end. They've won 3 ends each this set. If this stays on, that's a good starter in the game. All right, gives him something to work for, chasing a 3. Must score a 3 here to force the tie break. Lars Olof Backrun, Swedish representative. Now on the backhand. I'm not sure about the switch. Once again, his hand usually forces players to pull up short on a higher draw.
If we had a stat with like successful switches to that hand, I'd be surprised if it was more than 20%, to be honest. And that might even be quite generous. So I couldn't tell you
Yeah,
a time I can remember. Maybe yesterday when we saw Kamari play some lovely bowls. She executed some good switches, but every other player with that first switch across to the heavy hands just not been successful.
no, I fear Lars switched to the back end there because he didn't want to trail the jack over to Patul's first bowl, but for me, definitely over a long end, ditch to ditch. You don't want to go changing hands very often.
And challenging when he needs to score 3 shots. So one of the bowls we know isn't going to count unless he plays a shot you talked about earlier where you bounce the jack back up the rink to make it count. And this bowl is unlikely to count either. So now your three's just about dead and buried, barring trying to find a way to the jack, which you can't even get square.
Well, that's all he's got now is swing the jack in the ditch to try and make a 2 and come away with a draw this set. But the 3 is gone now. It's
no 3 on.
It's all over.
No.
So I feel he has to go back to the forehand, trail the jack.
Just pick that nice gap that you can see between the 2 short red bowls at 12 o'clock and 10 o'clock on your screen.
Strong weight. He's turned from. Yeah, he's turned. So Patul, he'll at least pick up. Well,
I love this man. How good is Lars? Go Lars.
he's giving us the hat off bow to the camera. He's out here.
It's just entertaining. What an entertaining game of bowls that has been played in great spirit. And Patul unable to make the shot there. So it's going to be 2 to India and through to the post-section rounds is India. And we're going to be back at about 1:30, we think, and you will see some broadcast coverage of the post-section men and post-section women. Thanks, Barry, for joining me in commentary for that. And just the last, well done. How good is it to see the smaller nations out here and playing and obviously enjoying their bowls? And there's plenty of highlights to watch, so I'll let you sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights from that game. We'll be back later.
In the UK, there's a bowl for every surface for the Henseley product. Here overseas, I use the Tiger 2 and I use the Dreamline XG purely because I love the grip and the arc that the bowl takes, and that's what makes me one of the best players in the world.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times
Oh, here again. It's still going. He's done it. Oh, what a shot. Beautiful ball.
Need a shoulder, he might just pick the jack up.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh,
Yeah, this.
Oh, what a ball. Look at this.
Could be
Look,
good.
that is an outstanding ball.
Oh, and he's tucked it in.
Welcome back to the World Bowls broadcast of the 2025 Champion of Champions Singles, live from Club Barham in New South Wales, Australia. And section play has been completed, so we're at post-section here in the men's singles. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary by Barry Lester and Barry. Wales versus Canada.
Yeah, we've already had a look at Carl last night, just falling short in that tiebreaker. And that was a fantastic game. And it's good to see him back out there and finishing third. Just had a chat to him pre-match, and he's feeling really confident. But he still mentioned last night's result, so it is hard sometimes to put that away. But when you go through his resume, you can see why he's managed to make the top three, and he's got so many indoor titles. It's very impressive. So he's over on this quicker green, and we'll talk about that because for the last couple of days, for those who've tuned in, you've seen play on a 14.5-second deck. Now we're over here where it's running a couple of seconds quicker, so you'll see that as a viewer, and we'll talk you through the conditions.
You're looking forward just to seeing the differences here, and we think it is because the screen that we're on for this post-section was actually an outdoor green for 18 months before a cover was erected over top of it, and that sort of gave it a chance to get packed down and speed up a little. I must say, having watched that match that Carl played yesterday and how distraught he was upon losing it, it is actually quite nice to see that he's been able to rally today and fight himself into third place in his section, which means that he has this opportunity to play off for the quarterfinal. Can tell you in the other two sections, it was Malaysia and Thailand were first and second in Carl's section. In the second section, Australia, Jacob Nelson, and Fiji first and second, with Canada, who we're seeing here, third in the section. And then these three are through to the quarterfinals, Scotland, India and Ireland. So Ian Pootle, who we saw before, and David Copeland automatically through to the quarterfinals to be played later on. All those results available on the World Bowls Match Centre as we just wait for this second and final trial end to come to a conclusion. And while we were waiting for that, Barry, do you want to talk us through, we spoke about it a bit earlier, but your coaching tool was out on full force in that lunch break?
Yeah, we're just having a bit of fun then. A few of the players sort of gathered round, and, well, because it's, I guess, a brand new invention, it's never been seen before. Yeah, it's sort of, a few people sort of gathered round and saw it in action, and we had Neil Dalrymple and a few other officials having a go and having a bit of fun, and that's where it is. It is a great coaching aid, obviously a bit of protected foam with targets on it that sit in the ditch, but it's going to be great for school kids and barefoot bowlers, and so it really ticks all the boxes. But yeah, after putting a lot of time and effort in the last few years, it's great to get it out there and see people from all around the world look at it and go, wow, we've never seen anything like this before. But yeah, very, very happy the way it's been received.
I did have a chuckle when Charlie from America ran over to his hotel room and came back with like a foam,
Yes.
and in a foam thing that had been duct taped together.
Yeah, well, people have used pillows over the years, little wooden ramps in their garages and stuff. But this one, as I said in the last broadcast, there's so many bowlers out there, I feel, that can sort of go toe-to-toe with really good level players on the draw and sort of hang around. But when it comes to confidently ripping a bowl out or breaking a big head open or killing an end, it's a different skill set in itself, and it must be trained. And this the Blessed Bowls bumper really does create that conveniency to it.
We can see the first end has begun now. Canada with the jack. So it's Owen Kirby from Canada.
Yeah, Owen, he's rocking the shorts and the T-shirt. He's a pretty chilled kind of guy.
Well, literally in a shorts and a T-shirt.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And even just seeing Carl in the shorts. But it's not bad. I mean, that chill isn't quite in the air at the moment, but it's great to see plenty of crowds gathering around too, as the grandstands are erected in the background, putting more seating out and getting everything ready.
Nice conventional delivery from Owen. We've seen Carl before. We saw him yesterday, but we've not seen Owen on the broadcast rink yet.
No, not quite.
Again, the Canadian greens would probably be similar to what Carl's used to back home on the outdoor surface, Barry.
Yeah, when you speak to players I've played against from Canada over the years, and as well as a good mate of mine in Ryan Bester and Kelly McCarahan and those kind of players, yeah, unfortunately, even John Seidman when he comes over, and Anne-Marie from the AO, they just can't get enough of the quick greens. Anything sort of around that 14, 15 second mark's very fast for them. And they do mention the number 9 and 10 seconds. It's really sort of hard to fathom, but at this stage of the tournament for both players, you'd like to think that they would have found their groove by now and found that right mechanism that stands up for the faster greens. So.
Absolutely. Hard to... You can't explain how slow 10 seconds is unless you've tried to play on a 10-second green. Like you think you might play on a slow green in a meat pack tournament and go, oh, that was running 12 seconds. I promise you it wasn't.
No.
It was not that slow.
You can see a nice high line here from Carl. Obviously, the quicker the green, the wider the draw. Yeah, really nice release there from Owen.
So this is that slightly quicker green compared to the other one we've been broadcasting. We're going to see the bowls finish a little more at the end. They're just going to keep tracking on and sitting down more often as well, as they give them that chance to turn.
Yeah, so definitely going to be a longer match. The games have been finishing later than the other green on this green. So I've got, even though it's quite a long end, I've got this green running at 17 3/4. So that's quite fast. You see Carl here just has to slow all the tempo down. There we go, nice slow backswing. Just that takeaway speed. It's a bit slower, much more controlled. And also you see that bowl which is out on the peg line now, so out on the boundary peg. That's actually 8 feet from centre. So that gives you a really clear indication as he bowls a beautiful bowl there.
Classy bowl really, isn't it, to just sit down.
Yeah, you're looking at around about a 5 metre width rink. And when you're getting around 7 to 8 feet of draw, you know it's a very, very important part of the game to take that grass continually.
So it was 2 there to Wales with the red bowls and the blue stickers against Canada with the blue bowls and the red stickers. Just a bit of a puzzle. Keep everyone alert. Just a function of the draw.
So right on the tee here, long end. Carl, as you can see there, that high draw.
Sharon.
Okay, both players going to miss under on that western side. Now you see the front bowl of Carl's there up the green, 6 foot short. You can nearly see you can see pretty much the whole side of that bowl, which means how strong that draw is.
Yeah.
You'll see that a lot in New Zealand and on the fast greens up around sort of Queensland area. As this bowl turns in now, you start to see more of the face of the bowl, and that gives you an indicator of how sharp the draw is.
And they do tend to sit down a lot, don't they, at the end of the track, because the bowl's taken that full turn.
Absolutely.
And interesting, on this rink, it's the two white lines to the left and the right of the black line down the centre that we'll be looking at just to get an understanding of the green.
That's a great correction.
Beautiful bowl.
Found the 2 feet that was required, plus a little bit more grass. Majority of Australian players and anyone that plays bowls across Australia in these kind of conditions would sort of say or use the quote drive or draw. You know, on the quick greens in New Zealand or in windy conditions. Ideally, if you are facing one down or you are down on the end, usually you would elect to go straight at it, take the hard timing shot out of it. So it'd be interesting to see how these players approach this game when they are down.
Yeah, and that weighted shot's bread and butter on the slower greens, but it's just so hard to play on a quicker one.
That's very good bowling from Owen Kirby.
Yeah, just sticking 2 inside. Potentially, on that camera angle, it looks like he may be holding 3.
It's definitely close. Yeah, probably favourite for 3.
No shot play on here for Carl. He just has to try and draw the shot.
Yeah, must trust the line. He's got the ability to finish 2 feet wide and still draw the shot here. This is where we were talking about using the mat earlier.
Absolutely.
Alex, this is where you just maybe move to another spot on the mat, or definitely turn your body into a higher spot and really get everything going out to that marker. So just resetting there. Oh, someone walking past.
On the back end. And such an important bowl to be set for. Look at the high line Carl's taken here. Right out to that far right black line. And had he had the running, that would have been enough for the shot. What a mighty effort. I think he's cut it down from 3 to 2. Here's an effort at a bonus bowl. Yeah, the green that these guys are taking on this rink, dramatically more than what we have seen.
Okay, just went for a little walk just to make sure we've got someone keeping an eye on to some movement behind the rink there. Concentration levels at absolute premium right now, especially with a difficult surface, high drawing hands, touch bowls, any little bit of movement in the background.
Yeah, not ideal.
So we just went for a bit of a walk to make sure all the player comforts are in place.
So as the crowd builds, the lovely bowls from the Canadian.
Big effort there from Carl.
It's got quite a short backswing.
He's playing well on this western side.
Look at that, it's going to come right back to the centre line.
Yeah.
So if we think back to what we call the more turning hand on the broadcast rink, it was maybe a foot to the left of the white line that you can see to the left of centre on the slower rink that we have had. These bowlers have taken it out one entire line further, more for their green here to get it back to the centre line.
Yeah, it's such a great component of the
Look at
game of
that.
bowls. You know, you see it in New Zealand a lot. You see it definitely up up north, northern New South Wales and Queensland, on the high drawing, arcing greens. It's no better feeling when you send the bowl out and just watch it come back and do all the work. And when you nail that line like both players have so far, it's a good feeling.
Such a satisfying bowl to watch. Yeah, good
very-
effort there.
Yeah, very good. And when I was chatting before about that drive draw component, I think this is a perfect scenario for Carl here. You've played which is nearly impossible to do on this particular surface, a front resting toucher pretty much. Running for cover early, I think, is something you'll see pretty often. This bowl just needs to be passed. Ideally, if you can win the tee, it's a good result.
So you'd think for Carl, he's had a lot of success in the indoor surface back home. This is probably closer to the indoor surfaces that he's used to, do you think, Barry?
Yeah, so we're going to see some kind of switch here from Owen. Yeah, definitely, Alex, that's right. Yeah, nice free running carpets indoors in the UK.
This is close.
Played this so well.
Look at this.
My goodness, what a shot.
That's such a hard bowl to play.
Well, to pick that line, considering we're only a couple of ends in, to pick that line was amazing. He set up for himself with a really good opportunity with his last bowl. Carl gets another one in there, or gets something behind, because I think Owen will be definitely getting aggressive at this.
It's a lonely bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, sit the bowl and stay for 3. Trail the jack back. He has got the tee. Will we see more weight? A little bit more weight.
It's down to when it's going to break here.
Yeah. So players at this level, they can play every shot. Don't get me wrong. But just the degree of difficulty of playing that bowl perfectly is much higher than maybe just going direct at the target. But once again, and I always repeat this, it still comes down to what feels best for you and what is your main skill set. So a lot of players may elect just to kill that and win the spot or rip the bowl out. But that is a high degree of difficulty of that shot. Not taking anything away from Owen at all.
That's probably just the difference between the northern and southern hemisphere first shot on your head to go for. Because on a slow green, it's easy. You just rest through the shot bowl or take the jack back. But when it's running so quickly, you don't need to miss it, overplay a bowl by much, and it's just not going to come back if you're giving it that green. Whereas you just rip the bowl and it doesn't take any green, you're fine. It's going to be 1 to Wales there. I think he'll be feeling relieved, Carl, that bowl has hung around, because it was a good end from Canada. But 3-2 the score as we start the 4th end of 7 here.
That's always encouraging, setting up more chairs and more seating for the crowd. So good to see.
Just about need a traffic light pedestrian crossing.
Yeah, it's all happening. Great to see some local media here too. A lot of work's gone in behind the scenes to, as we just look at that effort from Owen there. Yeah, a lot of work's gone in from behind the scenes to make sure that every little stone's been turned over to really showcase this event, the facilities, and of course the game of bowls. Events like this elite exposure in country areas is what it's all about, taking the game to places that may not have been before, even though Barham has hosted many big events in the years gone by, but of the world stage, this is fantastic. And you've got the economic impact as well. Extra people in the town, both players and visitors. It's a win-win for everyone. So great to see Club Barham hosting such a large event.
The fact too that the vast majority of the players create a holiday either before or after, so they're not just here for the bowls. Yeah, spending money on going to the various tourist attractions around the place. They usually come with coaches or managers and family and friends as well. It's not like it's just one person from the country comes across. It's a great event.
Yeah, the players that aren't playing anymore, tomorrow morning have the option to get the bus and go out to the tourist park and see the koalas and all that.
I was concerned we might lose our camera operator, but we need him.
Yeah, great shot there from Carl. Yeah, that might force Owen onto the forehand now.
Yeah, you can see the cogs ticking over. Close no backswing. It's all that forward momentum. That's what does it for him. He'll be disappointed with that bowl.
Yeah, and it's the result of what no player really wants to do. So pretty much, other than a couple of little looks last end, pretty much Owen's played the western side. He's forced to play the forehand, start on a fresh hand, which is a different line, different trajectory with the breeze and the way the green's running. And, you know, you're only a little bit guilty by the environment with that last bowl of Owen. So even this shot sets up to not be easy with that gap now. Nice speed, and as those flags continue to blow towards us, it's making that side of the rink just steer out a little bit.
Yeah, it's turning into a huge final bowl for Owen, as he's going to be at least 3 down, and then it's up to Carl here as to whether you draw a fourth shot and pray to your gods, or whether you cover the back. I mean, your worst case scenario for Carl is he might be 1 down if Owen plays a good bowl. So there's an argument both ways.
There we go, plenty of people in watching. So, Carl Wood, boy from Wales. He's only got to just finish with inside a yard here, but does not want to fill the gap between his left bowl and the jack here. Doesn't want to fill that hole up.
Hasn't.
Might have counted.
What's going through his mind here?
I'm liking big aggression here. Rip a few out, jack back. Backhand draw. The only thing I can think of is trying to come under his first bowl.
How's the weight here?
Tough shot.
Oh dear, I'm not sure. He doesn't want it to sit down. Interesting decision. Long walk down to decide the head here.
May have cut one out, but
Did Wales?
he did.
So we're on end 5 now. Wales leads by 3, 5 shots to 2.
So the majority of the bowls have been played on the right side of this screen as we look at it. But Carl's ability there to switch over and still play a couple of decent draw shots. Not quite the same for Owen when he switched. So he went back to that side, which he likes, but just too much in his way.
Yeah.
Just that optical vision there, I mean, just didn't look great. That's why I maybe suggested go big, rip a few out.
Is that where as a player you have a bit of self-reflection and just think, right, if I'm in, you might find that's the wrong line, mate. Do you want to...
Yeah, that's like...
No, other way.
Bobby. Bobby Carlson.
It's been a long week, I tell you.
He's having a laugh. Yeah, a few of the crowd having a bit of a laugh too.
What I was saying is for Owen is that you just acknowledge that perhaps that's a shot selection not to repeat, because we've seen 2 or 3 times now Owen try and play a shot that's less aggressive than he could be. Do you go, right, next time I'm in that situation, I need to be making a change and play that more aggressive bowl?
Yeah, well put. Great question. And you look at in terms of other sports, sometimes, you know, you'll see golfers, they'll just put the driver away, or, you know, sometimes, yeah, throughout the day, you some part of your game just might not be there, and if that's the weighted shot, the conversion weighted runner, or, and in this case you can see those flags, fast running surface, percentages are through experience, your own and experience of what you've been learned in the game, is try to play to the averages or the percentages, and some of these heads have shaped up where probably suggest Owen does play a little bit more weight and be a bit more aggressive. So even this setup now, you'd like to think he switches to the backhand and looks to sit or trail, but it's a forehand draw.
Can be hard sometimes when you're embroiled in the game to have that sort of self-reflection. It's where your rinkside coaches can be very helpful, or even, to be fair, the set system can be very helpful, because sometimes you're subconsciously resetting, moving into set 2. It's a good bowl there from Owen.
Yeah, they're both good bowls, but in terms of 5-2 down with only a couple of ends to play, he would have to look at this end doing anything he can to score. And if that means resorting to some heavy weight, we'll soon find out. It's Carl out on a lovely line again. He's chasing after this one. He must like it. He knows another bowl in there would be handy. Past Jack's even better. Well, that's perfect, Carl Wood.
All right, I think we have to see a fire here. Up the guts.
Well, it is weight, I feel, but more controlled. Looking to sit or trail. He's not far away here. It's a tough shot with that weight control. Good effort.
What does Carl do here, Barry? Holding 2.
Yeah, so ideally 2 feet probably on his last bowl is perfect. So somewhere under the jack line, under the number, but adding 1 yard. So that also wins the backest bowl, but also takes out that ability for Owen to trail the jack for 3.
Send it out there from the bowl. Plenty of room, plenty of fresh air. Let's watch it make its way back in. He's saying, please stop anywhere. Oh
Yeah.
dear, in the drink.
Tough shot, but gave it a go. Owen Kirby, backhand now. Might be a fraction quicker. He's trying to go direct here, looking for the jack. Needs to get down. It's close.
Oh.
Great attempt there. That was the play.
I love it when bowls turns into a pantomime. You could hear the entire crowd just go, oh. And it's going to be 2 to Wales on this end. So dire straits for Canada as we enter the penultimate end, trailing by 5 shots. 3 and a 2 would be welcomed with open arms, I would suggest. To see people in to watch the bowls. It's a great haircut.
I've had some beauties over my time, Alex, and yeah, that's a challenge of one I had many years ago. Mine was blonde, but great to see a bit of colour.
I was going to say, you're going to add it to the list of your haircuts, Barry?
I shaved my hair and beard off for breast cancer years ago and raised a fair few $1,000. But no, I've never chose pink in the colour in the hair, but given the blonde tips a go every now and then back in the day.
Fair enough.
Yourself?
When COVID happened, I dyed my hair blue just to see.
Right, okay.
Because you can't go outside, you see, so it was fine. But that was it.
Carl Wood, great line, but Owen, that's the one he wants. He had clear access to the shot.
Beautiful bowl.
Whereas the previous end in this direction, there was a couple of bowls in his way. So when that head is open, he is preferring that backhand, and he can get the job done, Owen Kirby. So it's a big end here. He must make a move here, Owen. Multiple would be high priority.
Oh, it's just so satisfying to see these bowls come back to the centre line from that nice high arc. Look at that.
And it can be important to some players. I do go about it that way, but it's more so probably a little bit of a tip. But just know the width of your rink. Put some numbers on things. So, you know, you can see that this is a wide drawing rink. And if your rink is 15, 16 feet wide, tell yourself if you need to go out to the peg line, another nice shot there, you need to take 8 feet of grass. And just putting a number on things can really resonate better versus just taking grass. And then the same thing with your distance. Try and really get to familiarise yourself with your distance control. Every time the jack stops, say to yourself, I need to roll this bowl 28 yards or 30 metres and so on. And just like golfers do with their clubs, they put yardages on everything. It's good for bowlers to do that, especially I feel for beginners. Can fast track their development.
That's wise words.
Yeah, lovely line again. So he's absolutely nailed the line 3 times in a row here is Owen Kirby.
Oh, it's just great timing for this as well. It was now or never.
And he's hidden that bowl lovely. So it's at least 2. Get an indication of Bob Carlson, our marker.
Oh. Yep, holding 2 is Canada.
Recently inducted into the Bowls Victoria Life membership.
It's a great honour.
Yeah, been a fantastic contributor to the sport, Bobby Carlson. Also joined Johnny Roberts, Carla Krasanik and Matty Flapper. Great initiative by Bowls Victoria.
So Carl on his backhand. Onto your screen now. It's down to the weight. What weight has he got?
Wow, what a track. Might be second.
Incredible effort. Certainly looks like second shot on this camera angle. One and a half indicated by the marker. Remember, Canada trailing by 5 shots, so with 2 to go, would ideally score a 3 here.
It's going to have to be the back door, I feel, under the front red. His weight's really good.
Onto the jack. Onto the jack.
Oh my goodness, that would have been the shot of the tournament. Trail the jack under that front red for 4.
Oh dear.
And it's a 1.
So close, but so far. What a mighty effort that was. And we enter the final end now. 4 shots the difference. Of course, because we're in post section now. Had it been an unwinnable set, we would have moved straight on to set 2. But Canada with a chance. A full count will be enough for a draw. Beginning to find his groove. His first bowl's the key one to watch when you're looking to score 4 shots. Be anywhere as long as it's not short. He's taking a nice line. Doesn't look thrilled, and that's why. And now it is a real challenge. All Carl needs to do is play one good bowl here, and the 4 is probably dead and buried.
Yeah, correct.
So we're in the traditional game. You'd look to start killing it from now, but a kill goes on a respot with the set system.
Yeah, and just what I spoke before about putting numbers on width and lengths, which can really sort of be embedded into your mind and really remind you what you need to do. And in this scenario for Owen, it's through it, not to it. So when you're chasing a number, whether it's a singles, fours, pairs, triples, anything like that, especially near the end of something, e.g. the game or a set, it needs to be, the mindset needs to start with through the jack, not to it. And that's exactly what he's after. But unfortunately, obviously, Carl's got that bowl there. But if he had done that with his first, that would have been perfect. But
he'll be frustrated as a player because he's now thinking, ugh, that's what I was supposed to do with my first one.
Well, I don't know where Beth and Russ is at the moment, but in the background, I've just lost it again, but hopefully it comes back. There's a huge wedge tail eagle just circling in the distance behind, just over the player's shoulders. Just so iconic to Australia, the wedge tail eagle. He's scouring for a mouse or something in the fields. Or, we speak about it the last few days, a lot of beautiful wildlife in this part of the country.
Bethany be very excited, I'm sure. Right, on the forehand, Carl.
Yeah, backest bowl would be great now.
And no realistic danger of dropping 4 shots. It's just whether he drops a shot on the set, but he knows that he's won this particular set. This is a good time to free up some arm here. Yeah, we're going to see aggression on the forehand. Don't mind that.
Just went one too early for me. If he had kept that one on the green, oh no, sorry, he hasn't got any more to come. So that'll be it. So Carl Wood, he was very impressive last night on the live stream, and he's proving to be that again today in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, good bowls. And taking a convincing win in this set.
Two Wales, 3-9, completion of first set.
So we move on to set 2. For Carl, it's just steady as she goes. If he repeats that performance again, he's going to be have booked himself a spot in the quarterfinal.
3-9, set 1.
For Owen, some things to ponder. You get an opportunity in this format to start from scratch. And we've seen players use it. And yes, I mean, to be fair, yesterday, that's a bit scarring for Carl, isn't it? He won the first set 12 shots to 1. It would be hard not to have that in his head if Canada can start scoring early in this set. Just the trauma of winning your first set so convincingly and then being defeated.
Yeah, he has to be pretty happy with the way he played then. The key was, I feel, was just not too much switching and changing.
Yeah.
So because of his dominant draw bowling, you know, that's even a decent start in these conditions. 1 yard short, right down the middle. He managed to really get his rhythm up. And then off the back of that, that forced Owen under pressure. And then Owen to have to try to play those recovery bowls, which require different lines and different weights and different hands. So, but if Owen can settle into the draw and force the pressure onto Owen, I can see this definitely going to a tiebreak.
Remembering these players have played all week representing their country. It might be your one chance to come to this event. Can't underestimate the amount of pressure that is going to build as we get near the ends of these. Carl on his backhand. This is a nice line.
Just needs to hurry.
Down to the puff.
Not quite. You see a few people around the venue on their phones. I'm sure they're on the World Bowls Match Centre. That's where you can keep up to date with all the results happening. Obviously, there's games going on in the background, so go to the World Bowls website, click on results, and you'll see everything up to date as Owen Kirby. Well, that's how he needs to start. A couple of bowls inside the yard on good lines, build some confidence up, and touch of a button, you will know exactly what the scores are and who's playing who as we progress forward into the finals.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to have at this event with volunteers from Barham eagerly inputting all of the results live. I can still remember the Commonwealth Games, the most recent ones, and it was not a friendly time difference for New Zealanders, and the Com Games website was really good as well. It had live updates and the stress of pressing the refresh button to see how the end-by-end results were going for New Zealand.
So we're just looking to get an indication here of who's got shot. Carl came in from that high line, but wouldn't be far away from shot. As Bobby walks in, hopefully gives an indicator, either by the paddles or maybe the measure.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, he's going for another look. Our Bobby.
We're never going to know, but that's good from him. Because
Great
it was
etiquette.
just,
Yeah, perfect. So professional. Not moving while Carl's getting ready.
good stuff.
It's a beautiful line again. Needs to fall off his last, and that'll definitely take the measure out, I
Yeah.
feel.
Good
Yep.
bowl.
Blue paddle.
Bowl is on its way. On the backhand side, we'll take it from behind the player. Oh, just colliding with that bunch. I mean, look how well packed up this head is. So 4 bowls essentially resting on each other. It's not enough.
Yeah, good end by both players. Owen with his last was good enough a shot, just crashing on the front.
Umpire.
Fair enough. So an umpire called, 1 conceded. 1 to Wales already on this first end of set 2. Great to have 13 ITOs in attendance at this event, and we're going to see the laser measure out yet again. Yeah, very efficient. Yeah, press the button, and press the button again.
Yeah, big thank you to our team of international technical officials. Fantastic effort, keeping everything running smoothly here at World Bowls Champion Champions. Led by Chief ITO Johnny J.R. Roberts, alongside Tournament Director Mark Cowan. Mark Cowan, I don't think he sleeps. He's here when we leave and he's here in the morning, and does a fantastic job behind the scenes. But we'll just roll off some of the names. I'd like to thank Rodney Bates, Bob Carlson, Scott Cassidy, Alan Clark, Lorraine Dawson, Ryan Havcroft, Pam Hockings, Sue Hogg, Sarah Hope, Gary Lasky, Sharon Lister, Lorraine Smith, Anne Somerville, Mark Torrens and Lee Wesley. Well done. Big week for them.
No, it's a great effort. It's an often a thankless job with the officials, and what people don't realise, I think, is how much of their own time and money our ITOs and local and regional umpires put into coming to these events. It's often, at least partially, a self-funded endeavour, so they do it for the love of the sport. You're asking them to do sort of, often it's 12-hour days at the bowling club for a sandwich and a cup of tea. You know, it's fantastic. And if we didn't have these people, how would our events run?
Well said, Alex. Yeah, we had a working bee at my club, Club Kiwana, just a couple of weeks ago. It was just to do a bit of painting and cleaning up around the venue, and we're quite a large club, a strong club, but it was just a way for me, especially being the head coach and new to the club, just to bring us tighter together as a group and really look at our culture. And my goodness, we had almost 30 people turn up, cleaning, painting, dissecting, storage sheds, whatever it may be, and it was a great fun day to bring everyone together. And can't recommend any higher a working bee down at your club or some kind of social function. So you're right, when people get together, it creates a great atmosphere, and the ITOs, you can just go up to them with any question you have. Great shot there from Carl, and if they don't know the answer, they'll try and find it for you.
You may hear some noise in the ambient mics. It's because behind where the broadcast rink is set up, they're in the process of putting together the grandstands for tomorrow's finals day. Look at this bowl from the Canadian. Is it going to stop in time? Not quite. Great effort. Carl on his backhand.
You look at the honour board, Alex, some of the people that have won this event in years gone by. You go back to the first year in 2003, it was held at Moama, and here we are 22 years later, and we're only just down the road from Moama, probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours away, Moama, if that. And
So Just a great concept from Will Bowles. Would have come about, I think, after the amalgamation of the men's and women's bodies when we started having World Championships run by one world body, and the creation of this World Champion of Champions certainly been very special.
Yeah, the women's winner then was Liz James from Switzerland, and the men's champion was Dow Kalitz from Namibia. So goes to show we've had really good representation for many years now, and we've got some young stars there like Izzy White from England.
It's been in a variety of places too, hasn't it? I remember Sandra Keith from New Zealand, I think, won the World Champion of Champions when it was held in Cyprus. It would be an interesting place to go to play an international event.
Yeah, I like this from Carl. Just keeping the game on his terms, wins the first set, wins the first end, just making sure that he's staying in control here. Just going to negotiate that bowl out on that wing side, on that western side. And he can't. He's going to connect, unfortunately. That was the right idea, to finish somewhere around that 7, 8 o'clock bottom left-hander screen. So Owen Kirby, he needs jack movement. The two backest bowls.
Yeah, you can see just at the very bottom of your screen a little slither of the blue bowl.
It can be just backhand, sit the red bowl for shot. I just can't see him getting down for jack, but it'd have to be inch perfect. That's the percentage play. Get the shot first, and anything after that's a bonus. And he has played a couple of little niggles down here in this backhand. He'd be pretty confident. He's not far away here. Should work in late. He's played it very well. What a great shot, Owen Kirby.
Oh, that's outstanding. What a bowl. Absolutely perfect. That'll give him a bit of confidence, won't it?
Yeah, having played that hand earlier and had a couple of little looks, must have given him definitely a lot of confidence there. That's the one he needed.
So one apiece now. Deep breath.
Yep.
Relive some of the bowls from that end, and what was it? This shot, this lovely bowl to finish it with. Look at that, played to absolute perfection, square through the shot bowl, sitting down. Then to lead off on the backhand. Seems to prefer the backhand side.
And what I really like about Owen Kirby's delivery, as we see there, really nice line. And we'll see it with his next delivery. He really does open himself up really nicely with his stance and his step. That's very, very important on the fast greens and the wide drawing greens. You really get that front leg out of the way. Get that body following through to a high line. You'll see here from Owen, that left foot, it doesn't really sort of traditionally go forward. It goes out to the side, which creates more room for him to really hit his line. Get that body moving out to that high arc. You can see he looks really comfortable with the backhand on the high side. Can hit that line. So just a matter of matching up the weight, but they're two pretty good starters. And Carl's not far off as well. Left foot's already aiming out. Gets it eventually on a high line, but keeps that body nice and square. Very good standard match when you think about it. The wind's still blowing across from the west. The players are playing well.
Yeah, that's good stuff, isn't it? And the crowd acknowledging that bowl. Does look just nice and natural for the Canadian, for Owen on his backhand. Watch this bowl come all the way back to the centre line if he's got the running, if he's got the weight.
That's brilliant.
Outstanding. Do you think we might see some aggression here from Carl Barry, or more of a draw shot?
It's a tough shot just to arrive, but once again, what feels best for you. If it is some form of weight, He may choose with this one just to keep it on the deck. Let's get another one in round the back. This is on a great line, though. Players are starting to warm up to this game. This is perfection, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, what a bowl. Beautiful.
You know, Owen does all the hard work to put one in there close, but it was sitting out saying, hit me or sit me. Can he put it back? Wants this one to break now.
Needs it to turn late.
There you go. Well, classy shot from Carl Wood. Now from a little weighted shot to a dead draw. You see those eyes fixed on the line at release, using the peripherals.
He'll be making sure he misses on the wide side here.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, this is very close if he's got the weight.
That's classy play from Carl Wood. No wonder he's won all those titles in Wales, ladies and gentlemen.
Beautiful bowling.
3 to Wales.
And we're 3 shots, so the score now 4-1 to Wales as we start the 4th end of 7 here and approach the halfway mark of this set. Remember, 2 sets of 70 ends is what makes up a game. If it's 1 set apiece, we'll go to a 3-end tiebreak, and there's 1 game to come after this as well, a quarterfinal. Beautiful bowl of Carl's there, sitting it through.
And sitting down too, not giving anything for Owen to sit on, and then backs it up with a touch draw shot.
That's exactly what you want. Look at the crowd here underneath the flags. That would irritate me to sit underneath the flags. I'd have to sit somewhere else instead of getting flagged all the time.
Let me see there. Beth and Russ sitting there.
After, I wonder if she's gone out and seen the bird you found. I'd imagine she'll be on the bus going out tomorrow if she's...
Yeah, I'm a bit jealous actually. Be a great little experience and see all the koalas and kangaroos and whatever else. And right down the spine there from Carl Wood. Beautiful line.
Comes back so nicely to the centre line, these bowls.
Just needs to steady up.
Yeah, look at that, sitting right down.
You see that high draw line. Just have to trust that line. Keep sending it out. And Carl's hit the centre line again. So centre rink. Just over the mark with his weight. Big end here for the Canadian. Must win, I feel. He's played it very well. Yeah, the players are really finding the right zones now. See those 4 deliveries right down the middle. They've gained and put a lot more trust into this surface now.
How's the weight?
It's good enough. Will it connect though? Yes, it will.
Oh, great effort.
Might just get in Owen's eye though.
Certainly looks that way.
No, he's trusting it out there, which is what you need. Just needs to... Oh, that's perfection. What a shot. Just running on though in terms of the count, but it's a great home.
It was a brave bowl too, wasn't it? Just trusting the thing, because from the player's end it would have looked like the red bowl was just asking to be rolled over.
Yeah, I thought it looked a bit better weight-wise, but yeah, it's definitely a great attempt when you're sending it out there trying to dodge your opponent's nearest bowl. Alrighty, well, just keen to know who's got third there. Oh, close. I mean, if Carl's definitely got 2 seconds, do you play some kind of a rival?
I reckon that's third shot, but who knows? And the bowl's on its way.
Do you look to pluck the bowl out, get to the split, or
Yeah.
just play the same bowl and negate the front? Needs to slow up.
It's trying to drift this bowl. Right. Well, this is interesting. Canada trailing by 3 shots on the 4th end. And he's not going to give us time to talk about any opportunities because he knows what he wants to do.
He's hitting his marker again. Just taking the weight off. He's just taking too much off, unfortunately. But look at that. Every bowl down the middle.
One to Canada.
And it was
2
1.
5 after 4 ends. 2 5. 5 and a 4 and a 1. Last end. I'll skid it off the score when I go down to the other end. He's kept it. Yeah, okay. So there's one there to Canada. Canada, wasn't it? Yeah, okay.
So just confirming the score there. We think it's 4 shots to 2. Just be a confirmation that
What was the score on the third end? The score on the third end? 4.
yeah. So that is a
So
score.
the third end was 3. Come up.
Yes, we're just keeping the score here ourselves in the commentary box, and we've got 4-2, which you see on the screen. Bobby Carlson just chatting to the official scorer and just confirming it is 4-2. So
Oh, what a bowl.
nice recovery from Bobby. And in the background, another game going on as we see. Give you up to dates there. First set, it was a draw between South Africa and Thailand.
So these players playing off a quarter-final position because they are the the 2 worst third-place finishers in their sections. So the top 2 went through from each section, and then the best third place went through to the quarterfinals. And playing off for that place. So it's sort of like a round. Easiest way to think about it is it's a round of 16 match.
Yeah, well put. As we see a bit of a framed head situation here for Carl to play to. Be interesting to see if he just tries to pack one in there first or starts to niggle away.
Needs it to hold. Once it goes, it won't stop.
And that breeze would be contributing to that wide side. You can see a full face of that bowl as it ripped across the screen.
You can certainly see it once the bowls break.
Yes, great bowling here. Owen Kirby didn't do much wrong in the first set. But here we go. That's you won't get a better framed head really. You'd have to be stiff to get that gap. I think Carl would be really searching through this head here. Jack's obviously the best, but shot bowl and then the other bowl, well, for me, that's just hard weight.
Oh, he's missed that underneath. That's, yeah.
You're playing the windy side, the wide drawing side, and just, for me, difficult weight versus really getting through that head.
Fascinating. The speed is. Play it with the serve bowl, which is a good time to do it, to be aggressive, because you get 2 goes. It's not like he's had a swing and a miss and is going to drop a 4. He's had a swing and a miss and has a bowl to salvage.
Yeah, and as a player, you've got to make up your mind. You can do one or two things. So you can play the same line and add the weight. So you can decide to do that, which I feel most players look to do. Or you keep the same weight and try and find a wider line, which I feel, me personally, is harder to do.
Yeah. 2 ways to correct.
Yeah, just hit that line again and just step into it with a bit more weight.
On a quick green, if you take away the option for your bowl to turn, then you can't get your bowl caught on a funny line. So I expect to see this round up a little bit more. Like you say, Barry, you'd be unlucky here, Carl.
And if he goes, sorry, Alex, if he goes supreme quick, like really solid, he gets that, he can get the other 2 on the exit, no jack.
Happy days.
Or he can just, like you say, clean a couple out here, but I feel firmer weight is the key here. Yeah, definitely quick up.
This is close. It's still going underneath the line.
That hand wins the battle there.
So you can see that bowl was given an opportunity to break, and the quicker you go, the further down the green the breaking point is. If you go fast enough, it doesn't break at all. So you hit it with a straight line, and it's going to be a number to Canada. This is exciting.
5-4 to Canada.
So we're on the penultimate end here, and Canada lead by 1 shot, 5 shots to 4.
Yeah, 3 of the last 4 ends going the way of Canada. Owen Kirby. And it's been solid draw bowling. Of course, he sat that bowl earlier, but it's just putting trust in that wide side. Unfortunately, you see those 2 red bowls that are left on the rink there. They're not quite getting the job done for Carl. Having to leave it up to his last 2 deliveries to get the shot. That's probably the most unwanted thing for any singles player. Definitely your last bowl, but Owen Kirby's in the fight here. That's what you got to do. Just stay in the fight after losing the first set.
Have we been playing with white jacks all the time? What colour was the...
Oh, this green's white jacks.
Right, okay. That's good. I'm not going...
We're just keeping you on your toes there, Alex.
I'm sure that's not what I've been looking at for the last few days.
How can you not know that?
As we were. I can tell you that the first composite jack was invented in 1938 by Hinselite.
There we go. Do you know what the jack's made out of?
Some plasticky
resin.
Plasticky thing. It used to be China. Made out of China, and they used to break. I was, for some reason, reading the history of Hinselite the other day.
There you go. Yeah, the resin jack just seems to be the best material, I guess. But I tried inventing a flashing jack a few years ago with an LED light inside it. So when the bowl comes down and touches the jack, it lights up like the bails in cricket.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
The only problem is when a bowl hits onto a bowl and then the jack moves, you still get the jack will still flash.
light up.
So I then went down the track of putting a remote control element to it where you can turn the jack off from flashing if a bowl hits onto it. So, but yeah, I've even heard from clubs now putting LED pegs in, LED numbers, putting, adding a bit of colour, a bit of light around the green. So we're always evolving.
Look at that perfect line with all 4 bowls. Straight down the middle on the forehand. And who's going to be the first player to switch to the backhand here?
No one wants to. The trust and confidence just isn't there because the elements are so extreme. High, wide drawing bowls on this green. Bit of crosswind. And when you're hitting your line like that, there's a sense of comfort.
Carl on the forehand as well. How's your weight?
He's done well. Any nudge. That should be enough, I feel. And we can't see that end live, but...
I think I saw a red pedal go up. That should indicate that it's still 1 to Canada. And finally the switch to the backhand.
Let's see how he goes.
Stressy, isn't it?
I think it's probably 90-10% with the left and right side of the rink at the moment. It doesn't seem to be a bad hand. The players opting to play the left side or the western side here at the club.
Thoughts, Barry? And I'm sure I saw a paddle go up in favour of Canada, so we think it's that blue bowl that sits at 7 o'clock is the shot, second to last end.
Yeah, I love this though. I mean, you can't do it any better than this. Look at Carl. He's looking at every angle, looking at bowl through bowl. He's looking jack through things. Little chat to the coach. But he knows if he can swoop down on his backhand under the jack and sit the shot bowl, he can make 3. And if he does catch the jack and go with it, he can make 2. So
yeah, so if the jack ends up back here because you've gone, there's circles everywhere, square through it, that's worth a 2. But if you miss the jack clean, you've got a couple more. You'd be unlucky. You'd be unlucky to get a bad result, surely. So talking about the forehand. So what would be on the forehand, Barry? Is it like a little rolling onto the...
Oh, whatever it is, it's
onto
high
the red
degree
bowl?
of difficulty. I think that
It seems quite challenging.
absolutely. I mean, if you're talking on an 18-second carpet surface here with a crosswind, just come down and nudge that cannon up. That's a tough shot.
Yeah.
Percentages for me is backhand, sit the blue out and stay for 3, or at least run it out for 2. But I mean, Carl's probably thinking, I did win the first set. I probably only need a 1 here. You can really force the hand here. Backhand, looking for the shot bowl. So it is forehand. And let's try and figure out what shot he's trying to play here.
Must be trying to shunt the red onto red.
Yeah, I think just over the draw. He needs to be super careful. I didn't want to mention this. He doesn't want to go near that blue one. I never liked that shot. Just brought other things into play, the forehand, and that was one of the plays.
Don't need to be a lip reader to understand what Carl may have uttered under his breath there. It's going to be potentially a 2 to Canada.
Wow, gee, it better be 2 because he...
If it's only the one, that's going to hurt even more.
Absolutely. You know, we can only go on what we feel and can judge here, but the players are obviously the ones that have to execute the shots. But
1 to Canada. Canada 6-4 after 6 ends.
Well, that is something else, isn't it? It's a dagger in the heart. If he left it alone and done absolutely nothing, we're 5-all last end, fighting for a place at the only time you may ever represent your country at this event. Instead, sold the farm, missed narrow, now 6-4 down last end, as the trauma of yesterday in the back of his mind. It's it's not ideal if you're a Welsh fan.
yeah, Carl, I mean, I know he went and spoke to his Welsh partner, and I mean, there was obviously a lot of indecision, but there is a lot of trust put in that wide side. I get it, but I felt the difficulty was too high versus an open draw on the other hand. But once again, from the mental side of things, it's bury it, because you picked up a 3 ends ago in this direction, and you've just got to put that in the forefront of your mind. Red zone, blue zone stuff, you know,
Absolutely.
red zone being negative and all that. Just be positive about things here. You've won the first set. You got a 3 a couple of ends ago in this direction. You're still playing good bowls. Positive, positive, positive.
Yeah, now's not the time to rue a bowl. You can think about all that stuff after the card's been signed and the game's been completed, and that's underneath. So he's looking to find a 2 here. 2's enough for Wales because he's won the first set. So if he can score 2 shots, it's a berth in the quarterfinals. Otherwise, we'll see it go to a 3-end tiebreak, which would be great for the broadcast.
Yeah, great bowling here.
Oh, that's outstanding, isn't it? Settled down in this set really nicely.
And no target, so that's protecting the jack and the shot bowl. So that's a really good bowl, that one there from Owen. So this is that through it mentality now, just to try and give his bowl a chance. If he picks up the jack, it's a bonus. If not, just pass the jack, knowing he's searching for a multiple. Yeah, well done. If you're not shot, that's where you needed to be.
Yeah, perfect.
So 6 ends to Canada across this match and 7 to Team Wales. But 2 shots clear here in this second set. Owen Kirby showing plenty of fight and showing plenty of class out on this wide side. Doesn't want to back cut this jack. That's the only negative there. And nothing past jack, so it's interesting. Yes, it reads 6-4 and Canada holding at least 1, but the head does slightly favour Wales here.
It's a huge bowl if he can play an effective shot here. 2's all he needs. Hold the draw. All the pressure in the world goes back on Owen's shoulders. If not, missing past is fine, which is what's probably going to happen. One more roll.
There you go. So he
And
set
he
himself
bowls.
up
Yeah.
to be able to win this match. He has Carl Wood from Wales. It may come in the way of, as I try and draw up a shot here for our viewers. Down on the forehand, if he hits that bowl, he springs off and collects the other one over there at 9 o'clock. As it sits now, if not, backhand, trail jack. This bowl for me just has to be the backest bowl.
Absolutely. Force perfection.
Well, I don't think it's going to be, Alex. It's a lovely bowl, don't get me wrong, but anywhere jack back now. So forehand, I feel it'll be forehand. So many options. Even this bowl here at 11 o'clock, the second shot bowl, that through the jack is, yep, bang, he's putting his foot there. So anything forehand high, work off the 9 o'clock, get anything down there, or you just go backhand big for the outside of the last one. The moment he kills it, he wins the match.
Yeah.
So Carl Wood, we're going to see some big weight here with the priority outcome killing this end.
It's pretty much anything in this area is going to be happy days.
And obviously, sorry, while trying to kill it, but not remove his own 2 or at least 1. But forehand, strong weight here.
Going to see emotion here if he executes this bowl correctly. Needs it to hold on. It kills
Can
enough.
he kill? My goodness.
Oh.
He's plucked it out clean.
You wouldn't believe it. Anything there should have been okay.
So he needed a little bit of a thinner edge on that bowl. He just got too much of it. It's a great stroke, though. It was good areas from Carl Wood. Owen Kirby, well, he's up for the fight here.
The 1. Yep.
We'll toss the coin now.
7-4.
It's very exciting, isn't it? Onto a tie break we go.
Yeah, 7 ends apiece across this match, across the 14 ends. So it really is anyone's.
Head. Head it was? Yep. So 1 red.
So Canada won the toss and now has the option to either go first, set the length, play a great first bowl, or send Carlin to bat where you don't get the first bowl but you do get the last bowl. As we look at how close this was, how did that not kill the jack? You kill it, you've won. You know, he actually needed to miss slightly narrower and he probably would have been okay.
Yeah, you can see he's with us. Yeah, once again, we've said it the last couple of days, Alex, if you told him he has to pluck that bowl out clean and not move the jack,
On the forehand.
it's thousands to 1. So
It's just...
yeah, it's the way it goes, but it was the right shot, just not the result he was after. But you've got to give it to Owen Kirby from Canada. He's playing on much extreme conditions to what he's used to at home. Forehand, Draws a front noser.
Beautiful bowl. Absolutely outstanding. Having opted to go first. And Carl now needs to just try and manage his emotions. Won the first set 9-3. Probably thought he'd won the second set and had booked a berth in the quarterfinal with his last bowl. Now has to play 12 more bowls. That's a handy first shot to play past the jack. That's where Owen will be looking to be as well. On the forehand. This is close. Oh, the Canadian's just warming up, isn't he? Look at that.
Yeah, brilliant bowling. It's interesting to see across the 14 ends, the two sets. They've both won 7 ends apiece, but when you look at the multiples, Carl's actually picked up 5 multiples. So Owen's 2. But it's just that consistency of scoring across the match. If you can just turn this bowl down, well, that's huge. What a shot from Carl Wood. Look at that. That is amazing. The fact that he's turned that off the jack. He's gone from pretty much a head that was shut down to wide open again. And that back bowl is looking perfect all of a sudden. And that's that mentality of giving your bowl a chance. The best bowl on the green now is that bottom bowl, the bowl at the sort of 5 o'clock marker.
And does that become Carl's jack now, just drawing through to, well, reaching through to that?
Yeah, well, Owen's managed to win the tee there, I feel. But that doesn't change the shot here. I like that. He's asking to come down and have a look. He's got to be confident too with his runners at the moment, Carl. That last one came out good. It was right in the zone. Forehand for me now. Run the jack in the ditch here.
The beauty being Carl does have a last bowl as well, so even if he ends up breaking the head apart and there's not a lot of close bowls, he knows he's got the last bowl where you back yourself to draw within a metre. So it's just...
Yeah, so when we look at the way the head's shaped at the moment, I mean, you look at, obviously, if you're high or narrow, I really can't see a negative result for Carl. The worst result, I feel, is if he somehow kicks the jack out of bounds and kills it for one down the tee. But I think the bigger the weight, the better here, because it may remove those blue balls off the green, take them right out of play. So, strong forehand runner here, jack in the ditch. And he may still, with strong weight, clean up that bowl that is around the tee area.
Absolutely. The collision bowl could be one to watch.
Well, it's very...
Minimum weight.
Yes. Well, he's going to play it very delicately. So only about a yard to 4 feet. Outside of the bowl through jack works. Oh my goodness. So you just don't get that result with more weight. That bowl then flicks right across the head. So just trying to play real precision bowls is Carl Wood.
You can see there that's how the head's framed for players, and Carl is going to get last bowl. What do you do here if you're Canada? What's the play?
Oh, shut it down every day of the week. Backhand, trail the jack, 18 inches, make a 4 and really change the angles up here. And if you're a little bit high, the residual result will be you just match this back red one, which it looks like he's going to do.
See the wind there?
Yeah.
You can see the wind fighting the bowl.
There you go. So he wins that battle now. The backest bowl covering the corner. So, yeah, that changes everything.
I'd say it's... have a look at that.
It's hard to tell if it is 2.
1.5. Probably just the one with the camera angles, because the bowl closer always looks closer with the depth of field.
So if it's 2, I really feel it's strong weight again. But
yeah,
if it's only 1, maybe just dead weight.
I mean, it is hard to see a bad result with a drive.
Dead weight again. Maybe just looking to move the jack a couple of feet. Very tough shot.
Watch for when this bowl breaks.
The wind will get that from there. Yeah.
Interesting. That weight, you could almost play the backhand and go inside out off the red if you're going to play wishy-washy bowls.
You've got to play to your strengths, but also play the percentages. I felt that head needed to be broken right open with his third delivery. It's a tough shot on these surfaces. 18 seconds, crosswind, playing 6 and 10 feet of weight.
So what was that, 1 or 2? One to Canada?
So it was 1.
On the first end of 3 in this tiebreak, Canada takes first blood.
6 of the last 7 ends going the way of Owen Kirby from Canada. He looks quite comfortable out there.
He does. He's warm to his task as well. The first set, you feel that he was just 1 or 2 bowls behind that entire set through, and then through the second set and now into this tie break, just comfortable with his bowls. On the backhand, look at that nice easy release.
Yeah, you can see how way out to the left his foot goes, and then it allows that back knee to get out of the way and get his body really moving out to that line.
And rewarded. What a beautiful bowl that is to start with.
Yeah, it's a nice technique for a wide drawing surface, no doubt.
If Lars was playing, we'd be jacking the ditch now. Still haven't quite recovered from that broadcast game earlier on today.
So when you total the scores up, as you see there, it would be 11 to 13 in the way of Wales. But under these conditions, you've got to win the sets. If you can't win both sets, try and win one. Fight your way through a tiebreak. And this is here we are. We're trying to see who can win this match in the sudden death. And that's a great way to do it.
Settle in so nicely. Wonder when we're going to see emotion from Owen. Surely at some stage.
I'm just impressed how he doesn't look cold. Shorts and a t-shirt. All right, switch of hands here from Carl Wood. Looking just to sit or trail.
Look at the wind.
Yeah, you can see that bowl railing out as its face is open to the wind.
That's why the players have been so reticent to play that hand, because you know, through no fault of your own, the wind can catch the bowl and make it track against the bias. At least if you're playing it with the wind, it's always going to come back. So frustrating as a player sometimes.
Oh, well done again here. Owen Kirby, he just doesn't want to make it a wider target. Well,
Hit.
There you go. That's now pretty much a 3-bowl target. And you're talking to cut that down. You've got to be ripping through it.
Looking almost for the centre bowl, and left or right of it's okay. Yeah, very good.
Backhand. He's pushed it high.
It's going to kill.
And he's got caught the blue. Great conversion there.
Good bowl. Good bowl. It was time that he got rewarded for being in the area.
Absolutely. Just got down in time. Bowl through Jack.
Have we lost the jack? There it is. It's going to get placed on the 2 metre mark.
So just going back to Carl's second delivery, when he was trying to play some form of aggression, he could have lost that bowl in the ditch. But it's so important to know that, wait a minute, you might need that back bowl later on. So for him to be able to play that weighted shot and stay on the deck out the back, it gives him the shot at this stage.
This could be super duper classy from Owen.
He's
Oh,
great.
would you look at this bowl? Look at this. And it's a toucher. What a shot. Not even a smile. I would be smiling.
I think he's smiling underneath. Hands in the pockets.
Oh.
Doesn't know where to look.
Just outstanding. And lots of thinking to happen here.
So as it sits, Owen Kirby holding one.
The last bowl of the end. Those bowls are so short. They're not in your way with a reaching bowl, are they?
No, for Carl, I think it's just backhand. Just once again, if you're going to play weight to try and beat the elements, I think more on the firmer side.
Are almost a good guide. If you go ditch weight and you get around those two short bowls that sit right up at the top of your screen, you're probably okay.
Well, if you remove those front blue bowls, you wouldn't be looking to take that path for this shot anyway, unless you're going extremely quick. But for Carl, he's just playing a solid backhand runner, looking to chip the bowl off the jack, and he's pushed that one high.
That's the problem with these greens. Oh, an exciting tiebreak continues as Canada score another solitary shot and now lead 2-0 as we enter the third and final end, unless, of course, Wales is able to score two shots and force a continuation. Look at this. Outside edge of that bowl. Kill it as clean as you like.
Well, Carl wasn't he was on the receiving end in a bad way last night in the tiebreak. Can the script be flipped tonight or this afternoon?
It's possible. We see the jack delivered out to the right. That may be the first sign of pressure that we've seen, just with a wonky jack delivery. It wasn't out of bounds, it's been centred, but certainly went at an unusual angle. First bowl.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable for me. So Owen Kirby, especially hitting that line. Just give you a little update with the game in the background. Nice shot from Owen there. Thailand versus South Africa in the women's singles. Drawn set. Thailand leading 4-3 after 5 ends. Carl Wood, all the way from Wales. Nice starter there.
If you're chasing two, that's a perfect first bowl. On the positive, Carl knows he's going to have last bowl on this end, and usually with last bowl you can make it two. So ordinarily, there's usually a shot on to find two.
If Owen sits on that red bowl, it's perfect because he wins the tee. Not quite. So same bowl for Carl. If he happens to trail a jack, it's a bonus.
Pressure building.
It's on its way. Not bad to there. Not bad to there. Has he got the run?
Yes, he does. He's in for one.
Big bowl.
Straight into his work here, the Canadian. This is half a chance.
It looks really good.
This is half a chance. Oh, what a bowl. What a bowl.
The crowd's happy. And
happier than I.
He's as cool as ice.
I would be smiling. That's incredible stuff. We've seen him just go from level to level. But let's have a look at the head and think about it from the Welch perspective. The jack's, 3 or 4 inches away from the shot bowl. Is it a matter of trying to move something on the forehand with your third one to have some sort of chance for a two on your last berry, or is there another shot on?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see Carl standing there. He's looking at that little edge or shoulder to work off. Yeah, down there. So if he works in off that red bowl, he can come across, hit the shot bowl, and spring the jack back to his bowl at the bottom of the screen there. He can't afford to lose this bowl in the ditch, though. Yeah, so you can see just him spreading his arms there. So the beauty of this shot too, he's got to be careful, is if he's going to use this red bowl as a shoulder or something to work off, it can't leave the green either. It must stay on for a result later on. If he loses that red bowl off the green and then runs off himself, leaves one bowl on the green.
So sort of visualising that your jack's actually down right at the bottom of your screen weight-wise, so that you know if you miss it, you are going to have that shot on with your last bowl.
Yeah, because he can hit that inside part of that red bowl and kick it down to the World Bowls logo, spring the jack back down, and then it's still in play. So it's a tough shot, but unfortunately, that's the hand he's been dealt right now. That's a great first half. Just needs to hang on now. He's played this well. Even if he shifts that front blue one off the
he's
shot,
close. There's a chance to get rid of both the blues, Barry.
Yeah, so as it sits now, he can actually win the game. It's amazing how you just change one angle.
Onto that one.
And then get the blue on the exit.
And then off to there.
And then this bottom one at the bottom of the screen can be counted as the third shot.
So it's literally all that would be left. You'd have first, second and third, which the Canadian will know. So forehand or backhand here for Owen.
Well, this gap here at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 1:30, that gap there's Owen's the best part of this head for him at the moment. He cannot fill that gap. The only other option is he could look to play something up the front in the eye of Carl. Don't see that very often these days with the narrow bias bowls. Good old-fashioned blocker.
Totally fair to be chasing this bowl down as well.
Anywhere past would be beneficial.
Well, Carl, you're either in or you're out.
There he goes. He's onto it.
Edge of that bowl. Onto there. They both go. You score 3. It's happy days. No. This is what you live for. We'll have visualised a game-winning bowl 1,000 times. Edge of the blue. You're into the quarterfinal. What's going through his mind as he walks up to the mat, Barry?
Yeah, well, you saw with his foot there, he's already thought about the shot. It's now playing the weight he's comfortable with. Knowing the conditions, this hand has been steering pretty straight, so I wouldn't expect too much line required. Down the centre, looking for bowl. He's fairly close here. He's very close, Alex. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me?
I thought he had it. I thought he had it. What more can you do? What do you say to that?
Massive effort there from Carl Wood. But Owen Kirby, after losing that set 9-3, he dug deep. And he come up with the goods. Front toucher in the third end of the tie break. Cool as ice. The Iceman.
Great stuff. Well, I've just about recovered from that shot. Thanks for joining me in commentary again, Barry. We're going to be back soon with coverage of the women's quarterfinal, so don't stray too far. You've got time to go for a cup of tea. In the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights from that exceptional game.
UK, there's a bowl for every surface for the Henseley product. Here overseas, I use the Tiger 2 and I use the Dreamline XG purely because I love the grip and the arc that the bowl takes, and that's what makes me one of the best players in the world.
It's still going. He's done it. Oh, what a shot! Beautiful ball.
Need a shoulder, he might just pick the jack up.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
what
What a ball! Look at this.
could be
Go and look
good.
at that is an outstanding ball.
Oh, and he's tucked it in.
Welcome back to the World Bowls broadcast of the Champion of Champion Singles live from Club Barham, New South Wales, Australia. And we've reached post-section time here, and it is the women's quarter-finals that we're going to be broadcasting today. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary for this one by Barry Lester, and what a week it's been.
Yeah, what a great way to sort of get the tempo up leading into these finals from that last game. Tie-break finish. And Carl Wood almost played the shot of the tournament to win that match. And let's see how we go this match in terms of playing big bowls when it matters. And both players, they're very experienced and they've had good weeks and really tricky conditions. I know we're playing under a canopy and we've got the surface, but there is a bit of a crosswind coming in from the west. So as the players adjust to that, I think you'll find, like last game, they'll send their bowls out, put more faith and trust into the rink, and hopefully they get rewarded for it.
I know Debbie has played on this rink in section play and sort of knew what it did, suggested that the ditch hand wasn't the favoured hand to play, which is certainly what we observed in the previous broadcast match, where the players are really reticent to play the ditch side, just with that prevailing wind. It seemed to be hard to get the line right. So it's Malta and New Zealand. Rebecca Rickson playing Debbie White in this quarterfinal match to decide who goes through to the semi-finals to be played tomorrow. Finals day tomorrow, of course, will be very exciting. The grandstands and corporate boxes have been successfully put in on the rink, or the green behind us. Promising to be a fantastic day. Second trial end just being completed now. And, Debbie White with the blue stickered black bowls, and Malta with the red stickered white bowls. So actually it's quite nice and easy to see who's what.
Yeah.
Quite pleased about it.
And of course, plenty of other games going on.
Yes, it'll be on the World Bowls Match Centre for this quarterfinal, a list of quarterfinals. If it's not there now, it should be there shortly. Yeah, so the quarterfinalists are England and Malaysia, Norfolk Island and Thailand, Hong Kong and Ireland, and Malta and New Zealand in the women's. Through virtue of where they finished on the ladder. And then that playoff round we've just seen. Men's quarterfinals, it's India and Fiji, Malaysia playing Canada, Australia playing Ireland, and Thailand playing Scotland. So there's some interesting matchups here when we think about potential semi-finals. Ian McLean, of course, a former winner in this field, playing Thailand in his quarter-final match, and will face the winner of Australia and Ireland should he be successful. A tough road through.
Yeah, just want to touch on a bit of the, I guess, the conditions, not just for this match, but for the players and the teams and the countries you look across the event. Some of these countries are coming from venues that and clubs that don't have synthetic or carpet even in their area, and definitely no canopies above their greens, coming off grass, coming off some countries hot and cold conditions. So it's great to see some of these countries advance coming out of conditions fairly foreign to what they're playing in today. But I look at Thailand getting deep in both the men's and women's events, and they've got a decent array of surfaces now and clubs building over there, indoor, outdoor, grass, carpet. So things are developing pretty well over there. I haven't been there personally, but I know a few people that have, and I know a few of the Thai athletes. So it's great to see
So players just nearing the end of this second and final trial end. And a lovely crowd building up all around the green surrounds, people watching. The sun is out, the wind has died down, music playing through the speakers. What a beautiful afternoon to watch some top quality bowls.
Spot on. Yeah, it's a nice time of the day. Of course, this is the western green of the two greens. This is fast running. We've got it just short of 18 seconds, this green. That's definitely fast. Troy Lorimer there, supporting Rebecca. And this is what it's all about. This is what you train for. You put the hours in, the dedication, the time off work, the time away from family. This is where you want to be.
And so it begins. Debbie White.
Yeah, she's had a great event, only losing the one game, which we saw earlier in the broadcast. But very match fit because of it. Her opponent really did take it to her in Beth and Russ.
Right. Jack on the 2 metre mark, first bowl. Nice high line on that forehand.
It's on its way. So the first delivery forehand out to the rink marker. That's where you need to be.
What a delightful bowl to start with from Debbie White.
Yeah, great shot. Love seeing that bowl come back from the peg line.
She'll be used to that on the 40 by 40 metre greens at Hinuera, where they run at this speed or slightly quicker, just giving your bowl room to breathe.
So Rebecca starting off on the backhand. Might have just taken a liking to it in previous games or just even in the roll-up then, but let's see how it reacts with that crosswind.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, it's getting back nice.
It's a good bowl.
Yeah, it's absolutely lovely in the sunshine when it's been out today. At least the breeze is consistent. It's coming from the one direction. Yeah, nice height again here from Debbie White. It's great shooting to start this match.
Yeah, good stuff. Quickly into her work, Rebecca. Had a successful lawn bowling team in recent years, have Malta.
Yeah, very successful. Rixon girls racking up plenty of titles and medals over various championships. Real family affair. Great family, love their bowls. So if you're not shot, ideally you want to be past Jack. So I'm pretty sure Debbie will be onto this. She knows another counter would be nice, but ideally something past. Bit of a grimace there. I think that means she's quick. So will we see some aggression early here? Go searching for the bowl or Jack.
Got that look in her eye.
Needs to get down now.
You can see the wind on the bowl. Look at that. Just
railing out.
Making it track out on the backhand. Well, very clear now that New Zealand desperately need to bowl past the head.
Joe Saragoza sitting down there behind the rink. Rebecca Rixon's coach for this match for Team Malta.
The area, Debbie.
Either cover up the Jack or get past. Well, missed opportunity. It may count, but has tightened things up. Rebecca.
Jack in the bin for 4.
Yeah, does she play strong weight? Take the trickiness out of that hand out. I think she does. A bit more of a wind up here. I think you'll see her step into this one.
Watching this bowl intently as it comes onto our screen.
Big effort.
Mucking around. And a great effort because you can see there that bowl that Rebecca just feathered past that sits at 1 o'clock is low enough of the jack that had she used any of it, it was likely to be into that split between the bowl and the jack and back for 4. Good positive weight to use in these conditions.
Yeah, big opportunity, just gone missing. But it was a decent stroke, only just missing high. So, quick finger measure. 3. She's happy. So 3 it is.
Sigh of relief from all of New Zealand that we heard as that bowl just found the gap because it was a great opportunity, wasn't it? And Debbie was unable to cover. Look at this.
Yeah, she knew straight away she wanted to get down, but great areas early on. Good signs, both players.
As we've spoken about for Rebecca, the takeaway is it's actually a really well played bowl. You wouldn't play it much different to that 100 times and get a better result most of them.
Yeah, very true.
Debbie, the jack, delivered right down to the 2 metre mark again. She'll lead off on the backhand. Pretty sure.
Yeah, long length. Into a slight headwind. It's sort of like a slight northwester. Yeah, you'll see a really strong draw in this hand. The breeze will have good effect on it over that distance. And look at this, bang, straight away playing into the face of that breeze. Yeah, watch this turn right away now. It's so important not to turn your back on a bowl. You want to see the finish. Look at that, full face of the bowl. Strong bending hand. And we saw last game, Owen Kirby, he really picked that hand up well in the latter stages of that match and fight back into the game. That's a good start over 34 metres. Something inside 2 feet, that's ideal.
Correction time for Debbie White. Better line.
Yeah, that's where you need to be. Just carrying too much weight.
That's why they give you 4 bowls and singles. Becca now with the chance to make this a comfortable 2. Unable to do so, but staying up on the paddock. How's this third bowl from Debbie White? Better. Rebecca on the backhand again. Nice high line with the bowl. How's the weight? Enough. Handy stuff.
Yeah, she's done well there. A couple of bowls inside a couple of feet over that distance, that breeze.
willing it to stop.
Great track. Just not quite finding the weight as well. But that is the line.
Marker to indicate what the situation is. 2 to Malta at the moment, so an opportunity to draw a bonus bowl for 3 here, and reasonably safe one. He's got the line nailed, so we'll just deliver it out again.
Just sliding past. Good lines again, though. See those 4 bowls, white bowls, pretty much right down the spine. One slightly off target, but it's where you need to be.
Positive to take away from that end from Rebecca, and I expect we'll see both players stick to that side of the... Oh, we've had an intrusion onto the green.
Oh, nice strong gust coming through there, just through that funnel.
2, 3 on 2.
2 to Mulder it was, so 2-3. So we play the third end now. It's getting confused earlier because some of the markers say, like we just heard then, 2-3 on 2, which means that's a score on 2 ends, which I've not heard before, and I was thinking, is it the second end or what's going on? That's entirely my failing and nothing to do with the markers.
Yeah, it's after 2 or on 3, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So Rebecca, forehand opener here, this direction. Whereas the first end, it was backhand. So she's given up the backhand already.
Good speed to make that decision, I think.
Outside of her weight, that line will be competitive enough. You take a yard off there, that line would be pretty good.
Debbie will have memories of her first bowl on the first end, playing in this direction. It's a nice arc there. Perfect line.
Rebecca Rickson looking to take 4 feet of weight off. Just hit that line again. Slow down the tempo. Let the bowl do the rest. And she's played it pretty well to there. You see that nice finish downwind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Nice correction.
Classy bowl.
Debbie White, well, she's the opposite. Just needs to find a yard on a good line. You see this bowl spinning in nicely here. Definitely got to set everything up just to put things in place. Pace green like this, just let the bowl do the work.
Your last bowl, the gap's 2 feet? I don't think so.
On the forehand again, looks like it's not quite got either of the ingredients to there.
Will it hang around for the back door? No, it's running away.
Oh, the weight was right, to be fair.
The gap's about 2.5 feet.
Debbie knows she's had the line perfect twice. So we're visualising playing a very similar bowl to her second shot. Knowing.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. Yeah, when you've got that line, confidence has to be there. Just have to feel that weight out. Maybe just start with the bowl higher, or lower in the hand, or at setup. Get down a little bit lower yourself with your body. Control the tempo. Look at that, 3 beautiful lined bowls, just not quite the weight she's after. Yeah, nice track here.
Lovely effort. That's beautiful.
And the toucher would be nice.
Onto the jack. Oh,
Had a look at it.
Could have trailed it for 3. Interesting here, because if it was an ordinary rink where you weren't reticent about playing a hand, it's a pretty simple switch to the backhand to trail it back. But we know it's a hard hand to play, so that's going to factor into the decision making as well. Is it easier just to stay on the forehand?
Yeah, the reason that the girls are playing mainly, well, just this wide side is because you've got 2 key ingredients, obviously line and length, but they both, and you saw it last game as well, the players know that they're pretty much guaranteed to get one of the main ingredients. That's the line. You can see 4 out of the 7 bowls delivered on a really good line. So you get that, and then you just try and feel the weight with it. Whereas if they play backhand, the fear is that they won't get anything right. No line or length. So that's a better weight, but just missing a little high.
And just wait to see how many that is to Malta.
Taking one out.
1.5.
There you go.
So usually pick the closest bowl that's going to be measured against more of the oppositions. Which in this case looks like it's at the level bowl of Malta's to the right as we see it. Then she'll go to the 2 black bowls. And we see a New Zealand bowl on before anyway, so just the one to Malta.
Makes it 3 all on 3.
3 all after 3 ends. So after that great start from New Zealand, it's been slow going. This will be an interesting end. So we saw Debbie have a forgettable end the last time when she came down this direction.
Yeah, Rebecca will be across that. Trying to roll that long jack again. Just that 6 foot short, but the key here is...
Whoa, 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 whoa. How's that happened twice? Black line, black line. There we go. It's hard enough to get the green right on the backhand without having the jack moved over to the right side.
Yeah, the key definitely is just trusting. Just keep sending that bowl out. I think you'll find you'll get better weight control if you just keep sending it out and trusting it like this.
Yeah, good first bowl. Debbie looking to follow it down. Shirt she's wearing was designed specifically for this World Champion of Champion Singles, along with the hat and the hoodie that she's been wearing for the week. I think there was some training kit as well were provided. Cool keepsakes, as she has played an outstanding bowl. Be pleased with that one.
Yeah, even if she missed the jack, it was going to be in an A1 position in behind. That's the start you want.
You can see Rebecca wrestling with the idea of playing the forehand.
Yeah, there's just no trust in it from the players. They can just see that they know if they switch over to that hand, they could risk it all, play a real bad bowl. Whereas they know if they just keep sending it out here, they're a chance. Clear road here, and it's a really nice shot.
Oh, look at this.
What a bowl. Might not even hang around. Look at this.
It's a huge amount of green. It just swung so much at the end. Probably because the jack staggered across to the left as we see it. Ball has more time to turn. Debbie having exactly the same conundrum.
Yeah, she goes again. Backhand here for Debbie White. See this delivery, hand, palm grip. And then nice, steady, straight, deliberate release. And she goes out on a beautiful track. It's about that, just past halfway where the breeze really starts coming into effect here.
Good thing for Debbie is that bowl there, which she's just snuck past, is sitting flat. So you actually have to, she'd have to have got her weight quite wrong for that to go badly. Still play it with confidence and 2 nice bowls.
So for it is 2, Lorraine's just indicated 2. You might see some aggression here. Backhand from Rebecca. Just arriving, 6 feet. Sit the shot bowl or trail.
See, that's played with intention.
Yeah, it's definitely looking to play some kind of land or trail. We'll watch as it comes into land. Turns away. Well, it's another one around it. I think she'll be much firmer with her last. Looking for both bowls or the jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Debbie just going through her process.
Will she look to put one around the back? I'm not sure. Maybe get another one in there. Clear road required now. Played it very good.
Good bowl.
Probably 4th.
I think the logic probably one in there, and then if Rebecca does succeed, Debbie's got last bowl to salvage. So have it hold a potential bigger number rather than covering. Let's walk up to have a look at the head. So I'd say New Zealand's holding 2. Malta with 3rd shot to the left of the screen. What are your thoughts here, Barry?
Well, the way the situation is and the way the green is playing, if you see that bowl over on the white line, the one around that 9:30 marker, that's the bowl, that's Rebecca's nearest bowl. So that bowl there, if she is, say, a bowl and a half tight, it comes into play for the backhand runner because there really isn't anything at all on the forehand. So that's where she needs to be careful when you're swinging and playing weight. Unfortunately, the way this head shapes up, she has to play weight towards her own bowl. But I feel it's sort of 10, 20 feet of weight here, just a nice controlled shot. Hopefully not enough. If she does get to her own bowl, it leaves the head. So doesn't seem to have given it much here.
It's going to hook across at the end. She could get an inside out.
Yeah, the elements win the battle. Just can't afford to play minimum weight on this deck at the moment under these conditions.
So New Zealand holding 2, having scored a 3 on the first end and then dropped 3 consecutive 1s.
On a high line, safe line, some would say. That's a decent head of bowls considering the jack was dislodged off the centre line early.
Yeah, the weight's beautiful from all 8 bowls. An indication the players are feeling in reasonable touch, and I think we'll find that that's 2 to Debbie White.
Makes it 5-3.
And the score 5-3 now after 4 ends. Look at this as her first bowl. Debbie will be pleased with that. Last time she played in this direction, well, the first time she played in this direction, it was 1 short and 1 in the ditch.
So New Zealand leads Malta 5-3. 4 ends down, 3 to play. Good arm wrestle so far. Chloe Stewart there, supporting on her countryman, Jacob Nelson. Trying to find his score. Jacob Nelson is currently 2-4 down after 4 ends. Other games going on. We've got that great LED screen over there.
It's been very helpful for those at the venue just to have a look, quickly scan what's happening. And 8 rinks in use, of course, because we're down to that quarterfinal stage. How's this from Debbie White on the forehand?
Needs to hang on.
Good line.
This one needs to hang. Also might crash though. We should collect the jack, just missing high. What about home? Definitely in the game there.
So Debbie just making a little correction. On these quick greens, it doesn't actually feel like you have to make that much of a correction. You almost just back your muscle memory to do it for you. Focus on pushing the bowl out to that breaking point, about there, and then just let it come back. Thank you, Debbie.
Yeah, it's a great bowl from Debbie White. Look at that for line control. Let's force the switch. Rebecca Rickson. Backhand now. Look at the fingers. I think that might mean she's heavy. We'll turn late though. Once it gets in there, a bit more protected in there, we'll get back okay. It's a nice shot.
Beautiful effort. Cut it right down. Well, cut it down to 1.
Yeah, it's a good second. Gives her confidence it's going to get back to the jack there. So
13, 14 inches.
almost a full house now. Plenty of people in here cheering. Great to see some support crew travelling with the athletes too.
Absolutely. Well, that might be an annoying bowl. Just covered the face of the shot bowl and short enough that you couldn't try and cannon through. That's what Rebecca can see, and she's asked to have a look at the head. On this camera angle, you can see it is quite sort of staggered. Debbie's got the shot, be sort of, maybe you could fit 1.5 jacks between the jack and the bowl. Malta was second at 6 o'clock. And then 2 short ones.
Yeah, love to see it. Come down. Have a good full view of everything. Make up your mind before you leave the head. Sign off on it. Never be in a hurry to get to the mat.
It's Rebecca's third bowl, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So that'll play into the decision making. So if she does, she's got a fourth one to come.
Unfortunately, the way the head sets up, any kind of sort of just arriving weight does introduce the front bowls to the play. A couple of turns on those, she finds herself a couple of down. For me, the way the green's running, I'd probably look to try and draw it. If you don't draw it, you might set something up with your last.
There's almost enough room on the forehand if she wanted to go back there to. You could literally just about draw the shot on the forehand. There is a space, and we know it turns a huge amount at the end. Be interesting to see. I think Debbie's bowl was staggered and in the front enough that there's no easy way through with weight to chip the bowl off. So that removes that as an option. So I agree with you. I think we'll see a forehand draw here.
Yeah, it's obviously a big end.
2 to go after this one. Remember, and Malta trailing by 2 on the card. So even scoring a 1 here is good fishing for Malta.
And once again, remembering to our viewers, these athletes, a lot of them, this is obviously a big title to win and carries a lot of other results too. Selection for major events. Commonwealth Games next year. Ranking points. You got the World Series ranking event coming up back at Barham.
Is this a conversation about big weight?
Well,
I saw her point at this bowl. I mean, and there is a world, if you get that bowl at the right angle, Debbie's shot bowl could disappear, but you're asking it to go like 1.5 metres square through.
yeah, I think if she's proven that she has a strong weighted drive, Rebecca, so I think I just overheard her saying then if I don't get the shot bowl clean down the middle, I might move one of the front ones and give myself a chance with my last. So
Okay.
that's a good play, especially she's got the back stuff.
So just aiming for that 2-bowl target with big weight and seeing what happens.
And that long discussion too, just always tests your opposition's patience out a little. So we'll see if her shoulders square up. Okay. So you just watch the shoulders here. Usually a good sign to see if a player's playing big weight, if they stay square to the target. Yeah, so she's right down the line here, looking for that bowl clean or through jack. She likes it at release. She's very close here.
Lovely effort. Very confident bowl to play. And I think there you could actually see the difference between the Northern and Southern Hemisphere bowlers, Barry, because Rebecca very happy to go to that quick weight on these faster greens. We saw some reticence in that previous match.
Yeah, Rebecca living in Australia, playing all her junior bowls, coming up in through the Queensland ranks. Very confident to play that sort of traditional Australian way. You've got to have a big drive on you on our various conditions. You speak about Peter Ballas earlier, winning that World Bowl Singles title against Willie Wood. Drove the bowl out to win the game.
He did. Great bowl to watch back. It's available on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel and Facebook page. Dream about shots like that.
Yeah, when you're at the top of your game, you don't look at this as a real hassle or a task to rip that bowl off the jack. When you've been practicing your drives and your hits, knowing that at this level, that's a shot that just must exist in your repertoire. So the only drama here is just has opened up Rebecca's nearest bowl. So we might see some form of running shot here, looking to dislodge the shot bowl.
So that the bowl's always turning away. Oh, God. What did you say, Barry?
Yeah, you can't play weight towards your nearest bowl, unfortunately. So that had to be either a draw or big backhand again. The shot hadn't changed. The objective hadn't changed. But unfortunately, the way things can shape up sometimes when we elect to play.
Sort of the only... It's unfortunate because it's the only weight where you could get your bowl in the hand to turn on and chip yourself off.
Yeah, stiff, very stiff. I mean, even if Rebecca went back up the other end and said, all right, I'm going to try and deliberately sit my nearest bowl, chances are probably not high. So backhand, Rebecca could have went backhand again. Yes, the front bowl comes into play, but yeah.
So we're on the penultimate end, and that was a 2 to New Zealand. See the disappointment there, but spoken about, bowls is one of those games where you actually don't have a lot of time to process bad things that happen, and it's a skill to move on to the next one. Sometimes you get 20 seconds to watch a bowl you know is going to be horrific go up the green, and you have to deal with that as well.
Yeah, and post-game as well, Alex, it can be a tough situation. Post-game, you might have just lost a big title or, and you're pretty down and out and flat, and sort of within seconds of that happening, you're shaking your opposition's hand, which is a no-brainer, and then you go to sort of put your bowls back on the bank and there's 10, 20, 30 people crowded around, and it's a hard one to sort of get away from that and debrief. But it's just important that you do. And in championships like this, when they go for so long and so many games, you do need to move on pretty quickly.
Rebecca, that's a nice bowl.
Yeah, that is a really nice bowl, considering No one's really played that hand to a long jack.
What ball is it? The gap's a foot.
But if you can get away from the rink just for a few minutes, grab your thoughts, and then come back to it later even.
Debbie. Oh, it's tight. It's tight.
Yeah, well, good opportunity here for Rebecca Rickson of Malta. Trail this jack, get another one in there, up on the forehand. Yeah, just done it once, you can do it again.
Yeah, for the difference on the penultimate end, so 2 here is probably good fishing for Malta. If she can score a 2, it makes it very achievable to draw or win the set on the next end.
Oh, she's done well again here. This is great bowling considering it's a new hand.
That's beautiful.
And a toucher.
And it sits down.
Well, that's surprised me. Not Rebecca playing good bowls. It's just surprised me it's been played on that hand.
Oh, it's hard to do.
So it's definitely something new for us, but well done. It's forced the switch for Debbie White. She needs to reach here, change things up, and it's railing off into the breeze.
Oh, my God.
No, it couldn't. It could not. My goodness. Now, if that had have went in for shot, give her the trophy now. Sometimes, I don't know why, but sometimes those things can just go your way. I know she didn't get the shot out of it, but the degree of difficulty of that happening, that result there is millions. Absolutely millions.
I've got nothing to say.
I'm trying to not say much as well, but someone's got to.
Wow.
Oh, my God. If that had have trailed the jack out of there for 2 down, you pack up.
Even in your most desperate bowls moment, you're never going to go, well, what I'm going to go for is the outside cigarette paper edge of this bowl that's 1.5 meters to the side and one bowl low of the head. It's just a freak result, but that's bowls. It happens sometimes.
It does.
And as long as it's not celebrated, I've got absolutely no issue with it.
Yeah, so. But if Debbie's made second out of that, that's still a big result in itself. Rebecca's trying to get a multiple here, 2 down, potentially playing the last. So. Okay, mine's made up. Or is it? Looking back again.
It's Debbie's husband, Mark, watching on there. He went looking for kangaroos the other day. Met some people in the bar and went for a ride and had a nosy. It's been a great supporter.
Yeah, he looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, been enjoying the...
Some people sit there with their biting their fingernails and what have you, but that's great to see, as I said before, the travel party with some of these athletes. A backhand. Underneath the front, just turn the shot bowl out. Remembering this hand does really get away if you are under. So looking to clear the front white. And yeah, not bad attempt. Good look.
So Malta's got a bowl to go, trails by 4 on the penultimate end, so needs to make a 2 here at a minimum. Is it still just on the forehand Barry up and over on the third shot bowl, or would you play something different?
Yeah, there is plenty of options, but the common denominator is it has to be a multiple here. So if Rebecca hasn't got 2 currently, she'll have to try and create something here.
3 down last end's just harder to create. 2's usually doable.
So it will be forehand, just arriving. Turn her second nearest bowl up and maybe run through as well.
On the high side, it might have some late turn that we haven't seen.
That tells me she's confident it's 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't play that if you were only holding 1 shot. Just await confirmation from the marker.
Two
Yeah, makes sense.
makes it 5-7, last end.
There you have it, Malta trailing by 2 as we go into the last end of this first set. Quarterfinals time here at Club Barham. Been a well, ultimately that bowl didn't matter because it went from 2 down to 2 down, but quite a remarkable result. Outside millimetre of the bowl.
She picked up the 2 there on the new hand, but she'll have to go back to this forehand now.
I think, yeah, you're right. It's sort of you consider it, well, I was able to play 2 good bowls, but realistically it's a one-off, right? We know,
Yes.
we just know for a fact that hand is as hard as a play. Don't trick yourself into thinking, I've played 2 good ones there before, I'll go to that hand again. Doesn't look thrilled with that. And this is why, underneath the line.
Needs to hang on.
Debbie badly want to stand up to the mat now and put a bowl within Kui. Just say to the opposition, you're going to need to play some good bowls to find a 2 off me this end.
Doesn't like it out of the hand. Okay, so this is the big one now. Don't want to try and chase the end with the 3rd and 4th delivery. Rebecca can try and get something within a couple of feet here.
It's like she's been given a second chance.
Yeah, absolutely. That bowl just doesn't change anything, unfortunately, for Debbie. Not even force Rebecca into changing hands or anything. So that will, I believe, come back. Body language said it was a bit higher than what she preferred, but you'll see this start really whipping across.
Good bowl.
It's enough for shot. Don't think it'll be the winner. But Debbie White, as we've seen all tournament, very rarely misses her line. You'd expect some weight correction here for sure. Yeah, out on a beautiful line. And on cue.
Good bowl. Good bowl from Debbie. You think, yep, that's enough to mean that my opposition is at least going to have to play a bowl.
Yeah, well, Rebecca's got to fit 2 bowls inside that, which only means 2 feet, unless she does trail the jack.
So it's this bowl that's the important one. She needs it to stop. Or maybe.
Close. Just past.
And New Zealand still holding on to 1.
Debbie White, perfect shot, is somewhere between that last bowl and the jack. Past jack was huge here. Debbie. Becca's only got 1 option left now, and that is to actually consciously look for the jack here, to trail the jack back a metre.
Debbie with perfect line again and just making that shot more challenging. So realistically, Rebecca's bowl now is for 2, not 3.
Now she's willing to play a bit extra weight and really trail it 8 feet.
Super trail, yeah.
But
To measure, but I favour yours for the second.
so just out here, past her nearest bowl, around 4 o'clock. If she get the jack down into that section of the green there, that'll be 3. And the beauty of trying to trail the jack there, she can sit the front bowl for potentially 2.
Not sure I'm not
She
sure.
kicks that bowl out clean. She can make 2.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
If she hasn't, that's like half a roll out of achieving the goal. I'd come and have a look at this if I was Debbie.
Well, it is 1. So I was just explaining that the weight to trail the jack for 3 could have been the weight to turn that front bowl out for 2. And Rebecca Rickson's nearly done that. Lorraine, our marker's just indicating 1 though.
If it is just the 1, do you think Debbie will play her last bowl?
Definitely not.
We saw a bowl not played before, and yeah. It's one of those ones that's like, well, I have no chance of giving it away if I don't let it go.
And they agree.
So the first set is going to go to New Zealand, holding on really. 6-7 the final score there. Great effort from Rebecca Rickson. And if the second set is anything like the first, we're in for a very exciting match. So we relive some moments from that end.
Yeah, both players playing decent bowls. Just that multiple on the first end to New Zealand. Set Debbie White up really well with a 3. And then picked up a couple more multiples. Back-to-back 2s on ends 4 and 5, which got her that 7-3 lead. And then Rebecca responded well with a well-played 2, and then almost snatched the draw with that last end, picking up the 1. So 6-7. New Zealand winning that first set. Debbie White, as the adrenaline is up and your excitement's up and you know that you're edging closer and closer to a win and progressing, that jack roll, we see it quite often. Heart rate just gets up a touch. Like I said, the adrenaline gets up and the jack roll. So hopefully it doesn't cause any harm to her, but
Happens very often. Sharing a smile there, the two players.
I got into a bit of a bad habit a few years ago where I would be in a hurry just to roll the jack, and felt that sometimes I was probably playing the game at a speed of the opposition. So I'd throw the jack up 3 times and catch it before I rolled it, just to compose myself before the jack roll. It's so important that we keep the same routine, same time for everything we do. You see it in tennis, you see it in golf, you see so many athletes.
Looks narrow to there.
And needs to hold. See the breeze will get that there and push it right across.
It's harder than it looks. So often we'll get feedback from players from the Northern Hemisphere who only play on very slow greens about some of the broadcast games, and they go, oh, the quality's pretty poor. What is important to point out is that it's an 18-second green with a breeze. You could have the best players in the world. You could put 4 bowls down a shoot and they're not going to finish in the same place.
Well, for me, that's pretty good shooting right now. I mean, that's 2 bowls fairly close to the right line, and only a couple of rotations required for Debbie here. So it's only very minimal. But when it comes to wind and fast surfaces, they're not usually a great combination. But as you can see, these athletes, they're correcting well. All right, a little bit heavy there, but gave it a chance. I can show you those flags. They're just not letting up at all. They continue to. There we go. So we're under a couple of roofs here, a couple of canopies, but look at those flags. That's probably at least a couple of feet of line differential just in that breeze alone. You can see this white bowl screaming across the side once the breeze is in behind it. So that's great touch bowls from Rebecca. And then you look around the rinks too, you see some phenomenal bowls being played. And don't believe it gets much easier the closer you get to the trees and the and the open end of the clubhouse.
Absolutely.
So some weight required to be taken off here by Debbie White. She's back to her first bowl. Will it run on with that tailwind? Not quite. So look at that breeze. It's as I said, there's on this speed of green, that's probably 3 feet of extra grass you've got to take.
If you're unlucky, you'll play a bowl and the breeze will die down when it's either before or after it's about to break.
Well, Rebecca Rickson, she probably deserves the jack here. Little touch, yet that's 3 shots. Good muscle memory there. You can see that they're really feeling that.
3 good bowls and huge pressure here on Debbie White with her last one. She's had pretty good green, so it's just trying to focus on getting that weight right. First end of set 2. Don't want to drop a bundle.
It's a real statement if you can pick up a number first end of the second set. Debbie White needs to pull up. Will she get down for a sit? She needs to.
Oh,
she's done it.
Oh, good shot.
What a shot. I think Rebecca needs to come down and have a look at this. I'll be looking for that bowl, knowing you've got so many around it.
Worst case, you go from 1 down to 1 down.
Oh, hopefully she's looking at this bowl here.
Sure.
Well, I don't think she is. Backing herself on the draw, maybe. Well, here it comes. What a bowl, Rebecca Rickson.
Good shot. Good shot. I think both players will be pleased because Debbie's thinking that could have been at 4 if I hadn't got my last bowl there, and Rebecca's played 4. Lovely shots. So 1 to Malta.
Yeah, it's a big bowl because that would have hurt. That would have stung a little bit after Debbie White sort of having 3 average bowls and then to get it with her last. But nice composure from Rebecca just to back herself on the draw. Okay, so plenty of other results going on as we look around. See, Ireland on rink 11 there, winning the first set. Down 3-0 in the second set. Rink 12, Norfolk Island versus Thailand, picking up the first set. And rink 13, England, winning the first set over Malaysia.
Disappointing bowl from Rebecca, and Debbie's got to jump all over this. Really want to stamp her authority on this end, particularly when your opponent misses. Desperately want to just go, right, I'm going to get one right on top of the jack.
Yeah, nice line here by Debbie. She's got the weight to match it. Yes, she has. That's a nice opener.
Good bowl. And for those looking to follow the live scoring on Match Centre, it is a little bit different to where you will have gone before. So instead of clicking on the live tab, you have to go to Finals Series. So that'll be next to matches. And then when you click into the individual matches, you'll be able to see the set 1 and set 2 scores. So that's how you find the live scoring. You want to go to the Match Centre, the Final Series tab, and then the individual matches have up-to-date scores for each set.
Yeah, great place to be in there if you want to keep up to date with everything. See Fiji, India, men's singles. India picking up the first set there. Canada and Malaysia.
Given we are in Australia, I'll give you an update on the Irish-Australian game. The first set went to Ireland, 5 shots to 4, and the second set at the moment scored 2-0 to Ireland. Jacob been playing great bowls all week from what I've seen.
Yeah, he's had a good week. There's big games going on. We look across the rinks, a lot of quality players.
Down the centre line again.
Yeah, great shot, Rebecca, there. So good signs early for Rebecca to just try and fight back and win that second set. Force it to a tie break. Whereas Debbie White, she knows she's been playing good enough this match and throughout the week to potentially go away and win this whole tournament. And shots like that will give her a good chance. Amazing effort.
What a great effort that was.
Almost fell in for shot.
Doesn't get much better than that. Imagine if you drew the shot around that white bowl. Only see that on a quick green. Must give Debbie a lot of confidence with her last bowl as well. You just repeat the dosage and it's a real chance of scoring a 2 or a 3. You can see there just the way the head is sitting. And dangerous for Rebecca to go too close to it as well on that forehand side. Wouldn't want to sell the farm. She's got a bowl right at the back of the rink that you can see there. Thoughts, Barry?
Yeah, that when you've ever got a bowl near the tee, it obviously does increase that confidence of playing a weighted shot. You're thinking, well, I just need to kill it. And when you're in Rebecca's position, obviously you want to protect that. So it might be a case of, yes, I've got one, but how do I make this shot so much harder for my opposition? She's switching to the backhand. Not quite sure if she'll be trying to draw another one. There's a little bit of room there on the backhand.
Yeah, just navigate that white pole, the low white pole that you can see at 2 o'clock to the jack. Look, you can see the wind, how that affects that bowl again.
Oh, she's played it well, Alex. That's probably A1 if you're not drawing another.
Yeah, very good bowl. Stop
that trail for 2. But yeah, you can see just her hand gesture there doing what you were saying. Just the bowl railing. So once the bowl's out of the hand, probably 6 to 10 feet out of your hand, that's when the wind really can take effect. Full face of the bowl open to the breeze.
Looking comfortable, some of the spectators and the basking in the sunlight.
Trying to grab every inch of it.
Right, Debbie White now. Just a dead draw on the forehand. Can't afford to play with more weight because Rebecca's placed that position bowl.
Okay, it's on its way. It's starting to work in now.
She's close.
This is a big chance now. Needs to keep turning. Big effort. Gee, that's beautiful weight control from Debbie White, the New Zealander. Perfect weight just to try and trail that jack for 3. Missing by half a bowl high.
Literally can't do anything else, anything more than that. Play it that well, 10 times, you'll get it 9. Not to be on this occasion for the New Zealander. So Malta taking a 2-0 lead in this set, and the overall score would be 8 shots to 7, which feels like a fair reflection of this game. It's been evenly contested.
Yeah, it's just a case of chipping away for Rebecca Rickson. That's all she can do. Not get lost in the situation, set down. Right now, to these players, there's no world titles up for grabs. There's no ranking points. All it is just the next bowl. Trying to get the best out of yourself, close as you can. Bowl for bowl. Stay in the moment. Stay composed. And most of all, what we're seeing, Alex, trust that hand. Keep sending it out. And you'll get rewarded. Look at that turn. That is something you'd see at Burnside.
Yeah, pretty to watch.
Great crowds in here.
Yeah, all around the green surrounds. Watch this bowl. She's taken a considerable amount of green. It's going to come back to the centre line if she's got the running.
That's the perfect bowl.
Oh, look at this from Debbie White. Well played.
Remember, Rebecca did have a couple of really good shots on her forehand in this direction a couple of ends ago. And she picked up the multiple on the 6th end of the first set.
Take some confidence from that.
Absolutely.
Looks like a good line again if she's got the
Ooh,
oh, there's your
look
wind.
at the wind grab that.
That's why we play the back end if we can.
Yeah, it's just on the backhand when you're coming across the head. So it's a question you get asked all the time. Barry, what's the best hand when it's windy, the narrow hand or the wide side? And look, I can't really say that there is an easy hand, but the one good thing about playing a wide side is when the bowl is breaking, it's breaking towards the target.
Yeah.
And that's when you can sit things, come off things. And whereas you see there with Rebecca's bowl, it had no secondary result because it's not breaking towards the target. It's turning away. So there's a good shot there again from Debbie.
I know Joe and Dave Edwards are great proponents of that. They go, if it's windy, you play to let the bowl push your bowl back into the rink because you know your bowl's always going to be turning.
And if the wind does pick it up and you end up sitting or trailing or moving something, you're getting some form of outcome. But it's real condition based too, what kind of wind it is, what direction it's from as well. But most of the time, yeah, on a windy surface or environment, you send the bowl out. And
yeah, if you get Wellington on a bad day, it doesn't matter as we go overarm and see what see what happens.
So forehand, looking for some kind of movement up here. Trail the jack, sit a bowl. Very close here, Rebecca Rickson. Can she move the jack out of there? Well, she's going to win the tee at least. It's not a bad effort.
Lovely effort. Played it well. Talking about a bowl that was played with perfect weight and as good a green as you're going to get on that forehand side. Debbie White into her work.
Just covering that back bowl of Rebecca's. This is a really good home. Anywhere around the centre rink would be great.
Yeah, well done.
She's done that well.
Good bowl.
Don't think Rebecca really has to change much. I mean, you don't want to overcorrect and fall short. There is a few secondary results here. You're tight, you sit the shot bowl, you pick up the jack, you're wide, you work off her own. So anything with that 2 to 3 feet of weight, there are secondary results. But as we saw with that second attempt, you cannot afford to be too high.
When's it going to turn? You can see the wind fighting the bowl.
She knows you can't play it much better. Hence the smile. She knows it's a big attempt.
Feels like it was the hand of God just pushing the bowl out. Lovely effort. 2 beautiful bowls from Rebecca. Can't do much more than that, as you said.
Okay. Debbie White. Really composed player. Never looks too flustered.
Rightio. Just a club day at Hinuera.
Okay, backhand. Sorts the grip before the mat. Love that. Get a lot of things pre-sorted before the mat. Nice approach. It's on its way. Backhand. Needs to finish somewhere around the 2 feet mark to count here. Just a little bit quick. Good line.
Lovely effort. Be happy that she's locked that green in, as Rebecca seems to have as well on that nice swinging hand. I don't see many that have missed across the line. Just while they're measuring, I've mentioned Hinuera Bowling Club a few times where Debbie's from. We've played a tournament there once. They're 40 by 40 metre greens, Maniatoto grass, and it's out in the Wop Wops in the it's a rural town, and it was one of the days where there's a lot of flies around with the cow pets, and there's thousands of flies on the bowling green, and you play the bowl and the flies would lift up, and your bowl goes underneath it and the flies go back down onto the green. It was quite a remarkable experience at Hinuera.
So you're talking thousands of flies?
Yeah, just all covered over the green.
Wow.
There with the cow pets, I presume. It was interesting. But lovely greens here, beautiful greens at Hinuera Bowling Club. And 1 to New Zealand. So 1-2 the score as we start the fourth end.
So that breaks up a pattern in the game. Malta had won 4 ends in a row there. The last 2 ends of the first set and the first 2 ends of the second set. But it was just that little bit of a smile from Rebecca there where you knew she was just finishing high. So Debbie White on the forehand here. Who will make a move here? Can Rebecca keep responding, try and push away, force the tie break? Or can Debbie strangle back the lead? Ideally, she wants to be a couple up going into the last end of this second set. That's a nice start.
Just a reminder, if you're watching and you've been trying to have a look at the World Bowls Match Centre for where you can find live scores from the quarterfinals, the place you want to go is the Finals Series tab, which is to the right of matches, and then click on to the game that you're interested in directly, and you'll see that there are live scores being input there. So it's not on the live tab, you have to go Finals Series and then click on the game that you're interested in directly, and you'll be able to see end-by-end updates. It's the full distance.
Yeah, I'm just sort of assessing this situation here. Backhand for Rebecca. Yes, it's an open hand. We'll see if Debbie opens this hand up. Well, I think that tells Rebecca to go back to the forehand. I just don't think the effective rate there from a 18 inches to 2 feet draw ability is there on the backhand. I think it's send him out on the forehand and at least get in Debbie's way here. We really haven't seen anyone dominate on the backhand in this direction. Rebecca's just going to persist here, so I'm happy for her to prove me wrong. It's just that the effective rate hasn't been there for each player in this direction on this hand. We see the wind usually grabbing that bowl and pushing it out, but so she is persisting. And as the wind pushes it out, it sails through that bowl. So I think it's forehand for her last 2 attempts.
Tend to agree.
And if we had the map in front of you right now, we could show you pretty much for the whole week the effective rate on that western side on this green.
Would be low, I would suggest.
Okay. So Debbie White Holding 2. A couple of gaps there. It's the only downfall to this situation. If she does draw another, doesn't want to place something next to the jack. Well, that's really good. Not only does it count, creates more pressure, but it's also keeping Rebecca on the draw.
Yep, holes for bowls.
Persisting backhand. Well, it's out on that high line again. Unless her weight's better, I don't think it'll get back. That breeze is just chewing those bowls up. You can see that no angle at all, really. That hurts the weight control as well. So
This is a calamity for Malta. Absolute calamity. Going to drop it, or should be dropping a 4 here.
that's where coaching and all that's important. If I was Rebecca, I'd be going down to the head now and having a chat to Joe and just saying, what do you think? Play a big one on my forehand with my last. Obviously, the backhand's not working. Send it out and let it come home. You can see the angle it has to be sent out on. Just work with the conditions, not against them. So,
oh, the psychology. If Debbie had made this a 4, which I don't think she's quite going to do, it feels a little bit different because everything's not going horribly wrong now. I still agree with you, Barry, that it's worth a walk up to the head, though.
yeah.
It's a massive moment in this game.
Oh, my. It's a tough shot. It's very weight critical now.
Best bowl you'll see all day if she's able to draw the shot here.
Oh, it's out there again. Unless it's dead weight, it won't come back.
Tell you
Unless it's dead weight. Is it there? Rebecca Rickson. That is clutch.
Oh.
Clutch enough to cut 3 out. Well, second. Well, she did well there.
It's one of the better bowls you'll see. That's so hard to play.
I know I wouldn't be playing that, but she's done well. So Debbie White there was about to make a big stance in this match.
But we're all square now as we start the 5th end. That's a lot of gumption there shown by Rebecca. Would have been so easy to miss that bowl.
It's heating up.
Score now would be 8-9. If we were playing a conventional game of bowls. For the broadcast's sake, I really want it to go to a tiebreaker. But I am a New Zealander, so I'd rather it just want to clear the bias, get it done in straight sets, and don't stress a country out, please. And a great game.
Yeah, so all won so far, because we've seen the players have the ability to play the big ones when it matters, and if that stays the situation, I think we'll find, like you say, chances of going to a tiebreak are pretty likely. But this lady here, very impressive. The mental toughness. Debbie White just stays in the zone, stays very one-paced. I think out of the 2 games we've covered of Debbie's today, I think I've seen one bowl that didn't look like out of the hand that was meant to be where it was going. So good signs from Debbie. But Rebecca, very experienced player, Commonwealth Games medalist, World Championship medalist, been there, done that. She's up for the fight, and she's back on the right side of the rink.
And rewarded as well. See that bowl coming back towards the centre line. Debbie having to think about this because it's going to look like it's in the way. And switching early is probably the smartest thing to do if you have decided to switch, because you can persist with a couple of bowls. Wouldn't want to be trying the forehand if it was a crucial moment. 3rd or 4th bowl for the first time. See how it goes. Challenging ditch side.
Welcome to the challenge, Debbie. I just think from an accumulative point of view, Alex,
To jack high.
both these players, they're going to at some stage try and search for a shot or search for an end to win the game. And I think the player that can really settle into a rhythm on one hand will come out in front. And so far that's been more so Debbie. But as we see, Rebecca's now has been able to play 2 in a row on the one hand. So,
And 2 good bowls as well, and they're set in a nice position to be promoted into the head. If she's slightly wide, she's through Debbie's shot bowl.
result just in, unfortunately, Jacob Nelson just going down. Last bowl, from what I could see, had to take a bowl out to win, to force a tie break. And the jack killed and he lost the respot. So for our Australian viewers, that's the best I can give you from a few rinks away as they're filling out the card at the moment. So that looks to be 5-4 to Ireland in the second set with 2-set win. So well done to Jacob Nelson. His first time in this event. Big achievement, winning the champions out of Queensland. Huge, huge effort. So big things to come for young Jacob.
Underplate, that's an interesting... I'm surprised that bowl is cut underneath the line, because Rebecca was looking so good with the first 2. Just sort of expected her to play an effective bowl.
Yeah, I think when sometimes you look at a bowl like that to be sat at jack high, you focus so much on line, you can sometimes just forget to give it that extra, and that might be a case of that. But Rebecca, I think she really needs to score this end.
Feels like big moments all over the place as we see Debbie White now holding one. It's 1 short and 1 past the head on the forehand, so 3rd time lucky. Safe to play close to it on the forehand.
And it's on its way. Forehand, smooth release. Contact her front bowl would be handy.
Needs a gust of wind and now needs to turn.
Oh, it's coming back. Wiggling all over the place as the wind was shifting that.
I said she needed a gust of wind, and then she really did not need a gust of wind, because that would have been bad news. So Rebecca Rickson now. She plays this well. It's worth 3 shots.
Well, there's a lot of noise happening on surrounding rinks. Really heating up. Business stage of the day. Rebecca Rickson needs to promote her own bowls here. She's playing it with very, very light weight.
It's the minimum speed we expected to see. Sort of, yeah.
Maybe was she worried about taking her own bowls out?
Potentially, and she didn't have the back either.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the only fear factor I could see there.
2 on 5.
So 3 ends in a row to New Zealand.
Penultimate end now. New Zealand leading 3 shots to 2. Oh, exciting. Sweet. Near the end of this game and this round, it's the end of the road for the losing quarterfinalists who've all had to win their national title, which usually involves winning a club title and a district title and a national final. They've come here and played for 4 days, representing their country for what might be the only time in their bowling career. Going to be some broken hearts out there tonight. Debbie on the forehand and just being distracted. She's going to do an Alex Marshall. Yep. Put the bowl down and pick up another one.
Yeah, there's some games finishing up, so there is plenty of movement happening now, and it's probably the wrong time of the game for these players to be now dealing with a little bit of extra movement. So I'm just going to take a quick walk and tidy that up. Maybe sit.
Thank you, Barry. As we see Debbie on the forehand. What a beautiful bowl. Picked up the right pole in the end. Look at that. Excellent stuff. Justine Rebecca on the backhand. Seen this before going this way. Needs it to stop. Needs it to stop. Has done so, so could be helpful later. Welcome back, Barry.
Thank you. Yeah, just one of those parts of the game. But when we were playing on the other green, we had those back banners, and we deliberately put those in for traffic. But just as some games are finishing up now, we're just trying to make sure we look after that.
It's important to get right.
Yeah, the old backboard or back screen in cricket for the batsman. Not quite 150 kilometre-an-hour ball coming at your face, but you never know. But it's being such a high concentration sport.
The last ball in front.
So great bowling here from Debbie White. These are probably 3 to 4 bowl target here though from Rebecca. So will we see weight now or just over the draw? We notice with any form of weight, usually his hand rails away. It's trying to dig in now. It might hang around for a second. If I had a little peek, it nearly went to fall then. But that's a good second. It's pretty well protected down there on the backhand, but it really doesn't change what Rebecca's looking to achieve this end, and that is sit that bowl, trail the jack, must score end for Rebecca Rickson. Doesn't want to be chasing a 3 on the last end. She can score 1 here. Then the winner of the end.
Andy bowl. Right, here we go. This is the bowl for Rebecca. That's what she can see from the player's end.
Come and have a look. Yeah, very good. So if we stay on that camera angle there, Rebecca, if she came down on her forehand to look to sit the shot bowl, which, you know, some people may elect to do, trail the jack or sit the bowl, that's fine. You can look to do that. But the moment you're just off target and you're slightly tight, you're playing towards your nearest bowl, you pluck it out of the head, you're now 2 or 3 down. Whereas on the backhand, her bowl's protected. Sit the bowl clean for 2 and stay. If you're then a half a bowl tight, you trail the jack in the ditch for 2. Yes, there is a bad result, the front black through the white, but that means you're a fair way off target.
She's almost just visualising trying to drive her back bowl off that you can see here. If you thought to yourself, right, I'll drive that into the ditch. On the way through, your collision bowl should be doing the rest of the work.
Yeah, and it comes down to what weight. We know traditionally that hand is railing out. Now, the only other option now, if she's not confident doing that, is just switching to the forehand and looking to draw it and get another one in there now. So that looks to be the case. Forehand, draw, or just maybe a little trail. So it's out on a really nice line. It's showing potential.
Is it going to break? Fair effort. And if Debbie plays a very good bowl here, and we know she's got the weight right, we can see that bowl out to the far left. Though she looks like she's lining up the backhand. It should be a defensible lead. She's 1 up now, 2 up if she holds this, 3 up if she can draw a bonus bowl. That's defensible going into the last end.
Yeah, if we look at the bottom of the screen, you can see that bowl, that last bowl of Rebecca's. It's in that catchment area. She's got a bowl past that as well. So Rebecca is potentially going to look at trying to trail that jack out of there, put it in the ditch for 3.
So then you go deep, and
I think Debbie looks to protect any multiples here.
Is that still on the forehand?
Yeah, forehand, even out to Lorraine the marker, even out to her feet. because in around there she is technically a couple down. So I think she's choosing that option, but just on the other hand, looking to get to the back there.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Debbie follow this bowl up.
It's new ground for Debbie. Not many bowls played on this backhand in this direction, I must say. But you never know. She might be looking to sit Rebecca's nearest bowl.
Oh.
She wouldn't, would she? What a shot.
Oh, what a bowl. Debbie White, what a shot.
That's amazing.
She played for that. That's outstanding bowl.
Yeah, as she let that go, I thought maybe she is looking to sit that bowl.
Well, we did see her line it up on the backhand. Then I waffled on about the forehand shot and wasted the opportunity to talk about it. What a bowl, holding 2. And now Rebecca Rickson. That's made her mind up for her, I suppose. It's got to be, you would think, right through it.
Yeah, so now that actually creates a 4 for Rebecca. I know it's the ultimate result, but if Rebecca now gets the jack down the line and then takes that bowl out, so she gets the jack and that bowl there, she can make 3 or 4. I do probably like forehand more so now because she can stay around if she lands the pack, whereas there's no secondary result if she's narrow. So yeah, trail the jack that way. If she's a bowl tight, she can land the pack and stay for 1.
And the forehand also ensuring you're doing the trick and removing those bowls of Debbie's on the way through. Could be exciting. Could be a very cool shot to see.
Yeah, this is what sometimes your tournament can come down to. Just that one big bowl, that one big moment. Forehand, trail the jack back, or backhand. Just any jack movement here. Looks to be backhand. Okay. Backhand, solid weight. Jack in the ditch. She's stalking this. Okay,
good weight.
Yeah, missing high. So that front bowl did end up coming into play. Needed the jack off that, but
looking forward to watching that one on the replay of the highlights of this end. Very close. And it's going to be a 2 to New Zealand. So 3-shot difference as we go into the final end. And this should be defensible for Debbie, but we're talking about a quarter-final of a world event. Never know if you might get back here again. Pressure does funny things and gets the best out of people. Look at that. From
just
Debbie.
a little walk-off. Just to sit and a little walk-off. Okay.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Now we see this bowl on its way down now. Loved it out of the hand. Started chasing. And I think she yelled out. I think she felt it railed or walked out. But that's what it's been doing all day, that hand. So 4 shots required to keep this game alive for the Maltese player in Rebecca Rickson.
And the 2 to 2 metre. Oh, Debbie's been doing it, but I was just going to comment. If you are trying to protect a big lead, it's not a silly idea to have a long jack because there's very little room behind it to build any number up. It's rare that you see big numbers on a jack that's delivered right to the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're ever trying to protect a number, you want the jack up the green. And also, yeah, if you're forcing your opposition into dropping a number or so on, yeah, if you get the jack near the tee, it just brings that vulnerability of a bowl going into the ditch. Because if, unfortunately, Rebecca somehow loses a bowl early here, this end, into the ditch, you shake hands. So when you're chasing a number, keep that jack up the green. And on this speed of green with the little blustery wind, you can play a half-decent draw shot and still just lose it into the ditch. So this one just needs to probably get to at least a foot away or 2.
When you need to find a 4, that's unhelpful.
Yeah, probably not the start she was after. Give up just yet. This is where you've got to stay strategic and tactical. So if Rebecca's going to remain on the forehand, the objective now would be to give her bowl a chance. So if she does crash on her last bowl, she promotes it up into the head. But this is the story of Debbie White, this is what she does so well. Just very composed bowl up. Oh, body language says heavy. This can't afford to go in the ditch. It's a nice shot. So that's in the game.
Yeah, there's still half a chance, or like a very minor chance, but if you can find a way to move your short bowl up into the head as well, as you suggested, Barry, there's a 4 that could still happen here for Malta. Probably need to be with her third bowl, and you also need Debbie to miss her third bowl, but if you've got 2 bowls on the rink, everything's it's still possible.
It's probably one of my favourite shots to play, to be fair, Alex. I love playing when you're looking for a number and you need to promote a bowl and run up as well. It's a tricky shot, but it's always a good feeling when you can play it.
The cool thing, provided Debbie doesn't block off where it's going, is that we can see that this bowl, the short bowl, is on its running surface as well. So it's easier to promote up into the head than if it would be if it was sitting flat.
On the backhand, played it well. Little touch of 2. All through the hole, touch is good.
Good bowl.
All right, we've got to draw something up here, Alex. If we go back to that front on view, we need to draw something up. So
It involves the front bowl, obviously.
yeah, it does. So it's...
Are we forehand or backhand? The forehand gets your collision bowl following through at the right angle.
Yeah, I was going to maybe suggest you run it the front one through the pack and then run off and get the wing one.
Because you sort of go, well, we know we need to get rid of Debbie's bowl. So if there's collision onto here, we know that that bowl disappears and that bowl disappears. So the only question is,
where do you go after you hit the front white?
How do you get rid of that one?
Yeah,
Is it with the collision bowl?
Yeah, the idea would be to hit the front white and come off and get that bowl, but that means that bowl you actually hit won't stay straight through the head.
Yeah.
So I can't see anything at this stage.
So what we've identified is a really hard shot for 3.
Yeah, well, not too. Oh, I mean, you can trail the jack 8 inches for 3, but yeah, which is a hard shot. But
to get your bowls in collision for a half a chance at the 4, I think you're right. That's the front white bowl as square as you can get it. Unless Debbie creates something here with this 4th shot.
so if it wasn't if it wasn't respot, obviously you just look to kill and start again. But under these conditions, you must try and play knowing that there is a respot. So that covers the back.
No, you're 1 down.
Oh, that's nice. Rebecca said, how many are holding? And the market said, no, you're 1 down.
So maybe now I just want to see if that back one so the one at the bottom of the screen, does it beat the front white? So maybe we're looking at this now. The bowl over at 2 o'clock, quick for that edge and come across and open the head up and stay somehow. I can't see it. Yeah, so you hit that, you come across.
How sharp are we coming across? If you hit it hard enough, the harder you hit it, the sharper the bowl comes across the head.
I know it's extreme examples we're providing, but we're here to just try and give you an idea what the player's thinking and what they should and could look at. That's the only thing I could think of. Quick for the black bowl at 2 o'clock, come across, get the one at 9 o'clock and somehow straight and stay. That's all you've got.
Yeah.
She just repeated what I said.
But like, which one am I aiming at? Like, what am I?
You've probably got to try and get the outside edge again of the short one. Just going to cannon onto the other one.
So this hand, try and go onto this one, cannon, and just hope that this just pushes everything else out.
Other than that, you can't use everything.
Yeah, so that's the initial shot you pointed at, Barry, where they've spoken about trying to hit onto this bowl and see if we can get some square movement. And on its way, let's see. Let's see. Go on, get it square. Get it square.
We got one out.
I wanted to see what was going to happen there. It's a lovely effort, and what a game. A great game. Well competed. Rebecca Rickson. Fair effort there. And it's going to be Debbie White who continues her march through this event. But what a great game that was. Thanks for joining me in the commentary booth, Barry. We're going to be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock AEST with coverage of the semi-finals and then the two finals a bit later on. Until then, sit back, relax and enjoy some highlights from that game.
UK, there's a bowl for every surface for the Henseley product. Here overseas, I use the Tiger 2 and I use the Dreamline XG purely because I love the grip and the arc that the bowl takes, and that's what makes me one of the best players in the world.